The war in West Asia is now spreading deeper into the ocean as United States forces intensify operations against Iran. In fact, the US military officials say they have sunk 2 Iranian warships in 2 separate incidents. A US submarine torpedoed and sank the Iranian frigate Iris Dana off the coast of Sri Lanka, sending the vessel to the bottom of the Indian Ocean. Around 180 crew members were on board, with dozens reported dead and others rescued during search operations by Sri Lankan authorities. In another incident, a Shahid Soleimani class corvette was sunk in the Strait of Hormuz near Iranian shores. US officials say the attacks are part of a wider naval campaign targeting Iranian military assets at sea. There was some confusion during a Pentagon briefing when US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth initially referred to the Soleimani-class warship while announcing the submarine strike on the Dana, though the 2 sinkings happened in separate incidents. The Soleimani-class ships were built by Iran in 2022 and named after Qasem Soleimani, the former commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, that is the IRGC, the Quds forces, who was killed in a US strike ordered by Donald Trump in Baghdad in 2020. According to US Central Command, the naval campaign has already destroyed more than 20 Iranian vessels, signaling a major escalation in the ongoing conflict.
Iran's senior leaders are dead. The so-called governing council that might have selected a successor, dead, missing, or cowering in bunkers, too terrified to even occupy the same room. Senior generals, mid-level officers, enlisted ranks, they can't talk or communicate, let alone mount a coordinated and sustained offensive. That's not great for morale. The Iranian Air Force is no more, built for 1996, destroyed in 2026. The Iranian Navy rests at the bottom of the Persian Gulf. Combat ineffective, decimated, destroyed, defeated, pick your adjective. In fact, last night, we sunk their prize ship, the Soleimani. Looks like POTUS got him twice. Their Navy, not a factor. Pick your adjective, it is no more. In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II.
To date, we've hit over 2,000 targets, as Admiral Cooper said in his video last night. We've destroyed more than 20 Iranian naval vessels, including, in addition to the frigate outside of the area, 1 submarine, and effectively neutralized at this point in time Iran's major naval presence in theater out there. A United States Navy fast attack submarine has sunk an enemy combatant ship using a single Mark 48 torpedo to achieve immediate effect, sending the warship to the bottom of the sea. I want to remind everybody that this is an incredible demonstration of America's global reach. To hunt, find, and kill an out-of-area deployer is something that only the United States can do at this type of scale. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, CENTCOM will continue to strike infrastructure and naval capability, and we'll continue to assess our progress against the military objectives. It does take time for us to collect that information and to assess en route. Much of our intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capability is currently hunting and killing ballistic missile launchers and one-way attack capability. We're precise in that assessment, and we call balls and strikes in that.
We are also sinking the Iranian Navy, the entire Navy. Thus far, we've destroyed 17 Iranian ships, including the most operational Iranian submarine that now has a hole in its side. For decades, the Iranian regime has harassed international shipping. Today, there's not a single Iranian ship underway in the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, or Gulf of Oman, and we will not stop. We will continue to conduct dynamic targeting operations. We're hunting Iran's last remaining mobile ballistic missile launchers to eliminate what I would characterize as their lingering launch capability.
And I'm going to go straight to Jerusalem, where Mayan Hoffman is joining us. Mayan, the Israel military has released some footage of strikes destroying the ballistic missile launchers near Qom and defense systems in Isfahan. As you wake up this morning, are the skies clearer in terms of sirens? Is the frequency going down gradually?
Yes, the frequency is going down. In fact, we did have some sirens around 4 a.m. here in Jerusalem and a couple of others in central Israel throughout the night, as well as, of course, in the north. Mostly those, though, are from Hezbollah rockets. Today, around 12 p.m. Israel time, we're expecting a reduction in the home front command restrictions. That is because, of course, the reduction in rockets coming to the country. The IDF is reporting that they've managed to stop about 86% of Iranian capabilities to target Israel. That's huge. Therefore, our first rescue flight of some of the 100,000 Israelis stranded abroad landed about an hour ago in Tel Aviv, and more flights are expected to come. For now, our airports are opening up to about 1 Israeli flight an hour, soon to be 2, they're saying, and hopefully by next week, we're going to see even more action. Today, people are going to be able to go back to work midday. Up until now, only essential workers have been allowed to really leave their homes and go to work. And this is a big benefit for the economy, of course, as we've been shut down since Saturday. Anybody who didn't have a essential job. So yeah, I mean, the rockets are definitely reduced. People are feeling safer and hoping to get a little bit of relaxation.
That since Saturday, now today will be the first day when people will be going back to their work. So does it mean that the offices are opening, the schools are opening, and it'll be business as usual from today onwards? What's giving what's giving the authorities that confidence that they can open the offices?
Sure. No, it's not going to mean that schools are open. Schools are still staying closed. Kids can't really go back to school yet. And part of that is because you can imagine when you need to rush to a shelter with hundreds of students, especially young students, that would be very risky. It's more that people can go back to their offices to feel comfortable and safe to drive on the roads, especially in between strikes, because, again, we're seeing far fewer strikes than we saw in the past, larger breaks. Yesterday, we did have a series of strikes as well, but they were mostly concentrated into the afternoon hours. And although there were a couple of a little bit of damage caused by some of the shrapnel, there were no direct hits. Israel's been able to really stop those. We're still seeing rockets more in the north, people in the Galilee and the Golan up top near the Lebanese border. I'm sure you saw the Hezbollah leader speak last night. He made a statement that Hezbollah got involved because they believe that Israel violated the ceasefire, both by attacking in Lebanon, to stop the targets. Over the past year, that ceasefire had been signed in November 2025. And there have been repeated need for Israel to go in and to stop attacks, condemned the Lebanese government. Of course, Hezbollah condemned it because of wanting to take those weapons away, though, as we're seeing now, that was clearly ineffective, and also accused Israel of breaking the ceasefire by assassinating Khamenei in Iran. Iran, obviously, is in charge of Hezbollah, the proxy, so Israel has been attacking on both those fronts over the last days. The IDF is saying 1 to 2 more weeks of attacks in Iran are necessary in order to really make sure that the people are safe here and that the capabilities are eradicated to the best of their ability. So we're talking 1 to 2 more weeks. But again, with about 86% of the capabilities already stopped, Israelis are able to feel safer. Israel said they've launched about 5,000 bombs, targeted precision missiles into Iran since the start of the conflict.
Okay, so the U.S. destroyers, which is a major warship in stockpile, is heavily armed surface warships, which are designed primarily for air defense missile strikes, and they escort aircraft carriers of fleets, and hence it's very, very significant in terms of how U.S. in fact operates the largest fleet of destroyers in the world. News just coming in that IDF has started another wave of strikes in Tehran. The IDF has just begun a broad wave of strikes targeting infrastructure of the Iranian terror regime throughout Tehran. So now another wave of strikes in Tehran, and the target is infrastructure of the past regime, or the present regime, I should say, in the infrastructure of IRGC, which is the Revolutionary Guard Corps, and the other crucial assets which are part of the administration in Tehran. Let me go back to Mayan. Mayan, so IDF now saying that there are new waves of strikes in Tehran.
That's correct. We're seeing that now, and we're expecting, as I said, to see that for at least the next 1 to 2 weeks as Israel continues to work. There are several targets that Israel is focusing on. We talk a lot about regime change, and of course, targeting the leadership is important, but the goal there is to get the field ready so that the people themselves can rise up and lead to regime change. That's not something Israel's going to be able to do via airstrikes. What they are working on is, number one, the nuclear programs, of course. Number two, the ballistic missiles, that they have to stop the ability for Iran to launch those ballistic, very deadly missiles at Israel. They're also working to eradicate the military infrastructure, IRGC, Basij, making the police as well, anybody that could potentially stop the Iranian people from being able to protest when all of this is over. So we're seeing Israel carry out those targeted strikes in different capacities, obviously working with our intelligence community in collaboration, very close collaboration with the United States, in order to ensure, what you are seeing, there are very targeted strikes. You see that they are targeting infrastructure, they are targeting the correct leaders, they're targeting the right buildings. Israel's not just throwing bombs at Iran, even after 5,000, they have all been very, very targeted attacks.
Okay, so the joint U.S.-Israeli strikes, if you were to give us a sense of that, which are the Iranian cities which are being targeted largely, which are on the radar of the Israeli forces here?
Look, I think that it's you're looking predominantly at Tehran as the major city. There are several other cities that Israel is targeting, but they're lock and step with the United States. What you're seeing is that, and actually the president spoke about this very recently, that they've basically have come up with a game plan where each of them have their own targets. You see the U.S. targeting with the naval forces, you see Israel targeting more with certain airstrikes, and they're working together to eradicate all of the targets. We don't obviously know all the targets in advance, but we do know the type of targets. And as I said, Israel has come out very clearly here in the country to let us know what their goals are, and that is, again, nuclear, ballistic, and police, and then any target that would help to bring about regime change. They have a hit list of leaders. There was the first round, the second round. There's succession, going on. I think you saw yesterday that as the son of Khamenei gets ready to potentially be, reportedly to take over, Israel has already said, our defense minister Israel Katz, that the minute he is in place, he will also be targeted. The goal is to ensure that the Iranian leadership does eventually become overturned. You have to remember that for decades now, we've been listening since 1979, right, about how Iran is going to eradicate Israel. You heard Hezbollah, even last night in the speech that was given, say that Israel does not deserve to exist, that they will not stop targeting until Israel is no longer here. And we need to, of course, eradicate these threats to ourselves, but also to the region. I remind you that the Houthis, for example, a proxy of Iran, was targeting the UAE and Saudi Arabia well before they even started targeting Israel during this last war. This is a regional issue, and actually it's an issue of Iran versus the West, and we need to bring about a better reality in the region and the world.
In fact, news just coming in. Mayan, continue to be with us because Iranian missiles have been intercepted over Tel Aviv night sky. And on camera, we can look at those visuals where Israel intercepts Iranian missiles, and Iranian missiles attack has been foiled. Iran missiles destroyed over Tel Aviv. So this is what the visuals are over Tel Aviv sky, the night sky, where Iranian missiles were intercepted. Mayan, the data certainly shows that the number of strikes and the projectiles that that Iranian military had to now is gradually going down. The sense is that it's running out of its stockpiles. Now, with the Iron Dome of Israel, intercepting many incoming Iranian projectiles and though some fragments caused minor injuries and damages, what reports are suggesting. What can you tell us about the cities? Which are these cities? Jerusalem is from where you are reporting. Tel Aviv is where the visuals are coming from. Which are the cities in Israel, within your country, which are impacted the most?
Sure. Jerusalem is actually one of the ones impacted as well. Tel Aviv, Beit Shemesh, Petah Tikva, Bnei Brak. These are all areas in central Israel. What we're seeing is that Iran is launching the missiles, and we're actually last night, the 4 a.m. strike, we were able to eradicate above this, in space using our special defense technologies that were just able to be rolled out in the last couple of months. We have several layers of defense since June, the June war with Iran, where we had 28 Israelis killed as part of the ballistic missile attacks by Iran. Israel invested heavily in obviously getting back what had been used, but also building up the arsenal to be able to ensure that Israelis would be safe. Now, obviously, as you mentioned, sometimes shrapnel does fall. There have been a few direct hits. So far as 11 Israelis killed. The majority of those were killed in one strike. 9 Israelis killed on an attack in Beit Shemesh. Beit Shemesh is halfway between Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. It's a smaller city en route. That was from a direct strike on a synagogue. Most of the people were in the shelter, but a direct strike by one of those ballistic missiles, even when people are in a shelter, can prove deadly. We had a couple of people injured yesterday in a strike on Petah Tikva. Petah Tikva is slightly north of Tel Aviv. We've also had a lot of shrapnel drop, as I mentioned, in Bnei Brak. Bnei Brak is a very Orthodox city, really about 20 minutes outside of Tel Aviv as well. In the last war, there were many more targets to the city of Tel Aviv. Now, the first night of the war, we did have a direct hit, 2 direct hits, in fact, on apartment buildings in Tel Aviv, and 1 woman was killed in that attack. But since then, we've seen some shrapnel fall there, but by and large, Tel Aviv has been protected.
All right, Mayan, I appreciate your time. In fact, with the U.S. submarines now striking Iranian assets far beyond the Gulf, the conflict is clearly expanding into a wider maritime theater. But the escalation is raising alarm in the region. Sri Lankan MP Naval Rajapaksa, in an exclusive conversation with Rajdeep Sardesai, has warned that war in the Indian Ocean is deeply concerning and has said that peace and stability must remain a priority. Let's listen in.
And as the news of that attack, that torpedo attack sinking an Iranian warship off the Sri Lankan waters comes out, shockwaves across the region. Joining me now is Namal Rajapaksa. He is Sri Lankan's opposition face, and he joins me because he's come out very strongly against what's happened. Namal Rajapaksa, how do you see the sinking of an Iranian warship by a US submarine just off the waters of Sri Lanka?
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's Iranian submarine or it was sunk by the US or any other part, but what matters now at the moment is the security in our region and also in the Indian Ocean. And I think this is something that has to be seriously considered by the nations around Sri Lanka, also India and other nations as to what is happening in Indian Ocean at this given time. Because as you know, the Gulf is a different part of the world. I mean, that has already come to our coast as well now. So this is something that has to be taken very seriously by Sri Lanka as a government of Sri Lanka, and also part of Asian countries as well.
Are you saying that the government of Sri Lanka needs to raise this with the United States, that you brought a war even without the formal declaration of war to our shores within our exclusive economic zone, torpedoed a ship in our waters, and then a distress call results in the Sri Lankans having to rescue some of the Iranians? So it is now a matter of sovereignty of your country as well, your territorial sovereignty.
Yeah, of course. I mean, firstly, I must admit, we must appreciate the fact that Sri Lankan Navy, under the Merchant Shipping Act, has acted accordingly and mobilized vessels to rescue and make sure that the people are safe, and whatever the assistance that Sri Lankan Navy can give, they have come forward to do that. But at the same time, I think Sri Lankan government first must answer to the people of Sri Lanka whether they were aware of this mission or they were left in dark. If they were left in dark, I'm sure I'm very certain they have to bring this topic up with the US authorities. If they were on understanding with them, then they have to make sure that they tell that in Parliament and make sure that the public of Sri Lanka is aware of such agreement that Sri Lankan government is taking. So first question must be answered by the government of Sri Lanka as to what is their stand and were they aware of this or not.
Mm-hmm.
A news just coming in that 2 Russian oil cargoes that had been signaling East Asia as a destination have switched to India, according to ship tracking data, which is suggesting that New Delhi is becoming more willing to take the crude as the Middle East conflict worsens. 2 tankers carrying around 1.4 million barrels of Urals oil combined are expected to discharge at Indian ports this week, after previously indicating that they were headed farther east. So clearly, India is making a contingency plan, and this is coming from Russia. 2 Russian oil cargoes that had been going towards East Asia has now moved towards the Indian ports. This is what the situation is. Likely 2 tankers which are carrying around 1.4 million barrels of Urals oil combined are expected to reach the Indian ports this week, although they were previously heading farther east. What should this mean? Because the Strait of Hormuz is shut, nearly 20% of the global oil passes through it. India's oil supply as of today, as the oil ministry has been indicating, we are in the safe zone. There is sufficient storage of multiple barrels of oil, close to for perhaps 50 days, but then preparations being made by the government of India in order to avoid oil shock, with the cost of oil per barrel going up drastically. 2 Russian oil tankers are India bound is what the map is suggesting. This is what the ship tracking data is suggesting, that 2 Russian oil cargoes which had been moving towards East Asia is now heading towards an Indian port. Remember, as far as the cost of oil, the crude oil in the international market has gone up significantly. There is that fear that with the Strait of Hormuz now shut, the cost of oil will rise drastically over the coming few days and weeks, and there is no solution in sight in this entire crisis. Although Iran is pretty clear that if there are any efforts of any ship carrying oil or any movement in the Strait of Hormuz, then it will be seen as an invitation of attack. So they will be attacking any ship passing through the Strait of Hormuz. And now India preparing for a plan B. The plan B is that the cargoes, the Russian oil cargoes which are moving east of Asia, is now coming towards one of our ports this week, although it was headed further towards east. Now India is making preparations to ensure that there aren't really much of a concern. So why is this important? Because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. This is seen as an important juncture which allows passage of ships carrying oil. Now, in fact, 20% of the global oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. India's exposure is around 50%. India's oil movement is around 50% via the Strait of Hormuz. India imports 88% of the crude oil. There are, as far as the inventory in India is concerned, that's roughly around 10 plus days. The cost has gone up significantly, dramatically. I would say there has been an increase in the crude oil per barrel, which has increased significantly. The entire oil, the energy sector is in a state of shock. There is a great degree of uncertainty with no clarity emerging. So which are the oil choke points in West Asia? Look at this graphics. It is Iran, Saudi Arabia. We are looking at the GCC. These are the countries which are around the Strait of Hormuz. Iran, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Yemen. Most of these countries have now been targeted in multiple ways by Iranian missiles, be it in Saudi Arabia or Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar. All of them are facing Iranian projectiles and drone attacks over the last few days. The Persian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, when we are looking at the Red Sea here, that's Bab el-Mandeb. The sense was that there could be some movement around that. The Gulf of Aden, that's also choked now. So in terms of the choke points, this is how the map looks right now, with the concerns only mounting of how long will this war continue and what does it actually mean to the global oil pricing and the entire energy sector. The threat of this disruption is actually causing the entire price of oil in the energy market rise. That has risen and it is soaring. The Brent crude prices have surged amidst fears of escalation. The prolonged closure could push prices beyond $100 per barrel. That's how high it could go. And when tankers halt, the other impact could be of the coverage, the insurance coverage of that could go up. The freight rates could hit record high as well. Indian refineries are considering other crude oil sources, and hence the information that we broke to you just a few minutes ago with regards to the overall number of the movement of the Russian crude oil, two important tankers, the cargoes coming to India becomes important. The United States has tested Minuteman III ballistic missile off the California coast as tensions in Iran escalates. This missile, which is called Minuteman III, is capable of carrying nuclear warheads 20 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb, which was launched from Vandenberg Space Force Base near Santa Barbara. The unarmed missile designated is actually could hit a target near the Marshall Island in the West Central Pacific. That was then. It travels at 23 times the speed of sound and can cover around 13,000 kilometers. According to the US Space Force, the test was intended to verify the effectiveness, readiness, and accuracy of the intercontinental ballistic missile fleet. Why is the US actually testing an intercontinental ballistic missile fleet is the next question. The US Air Force Global Strike Command has said that the launch was routine and planned years in advance, part of the land-based leg of America's nuclear triad, which also includes weapons launched from sea and air. The test comes days after US and Israel carried out strikes on Iran that killed Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, sparking conflict in this entire region. Remember, Donald Trump has been warning repeatedly that the big one is still coming, that there would be an escalation in this entire war that we have been seeing. It's been 6 days since the war. Now let's look at the US Doomsday missile. What is this? This is 13,000 plus kilometers. That's how it can travel. This is seen as an intercontinental ballistic missile. It travels higher than the speed of sound, 24,000 kilometers per hour. It could carry around 26 tons of weight and can carry 3 payloads, 3 solid propellant rocket motors, and features are advanced inertial navigation system. We'll try and connect with one of our reporters to explain how significant are these new weapons that are being used, or testing of weapons that is happening by the United States. We are looking at the Doomsday missile as well. The testing of that missile is happening, has just happened. And though the US says that it's routine, but it certainly signals that when the West Asia war has entered day 6, there are newer weapons being tested by the US. But there are also, this is also the other side. The other side is that there are deep cracks that are emerging within the Western alliance as NATO partners are openly bickering over the war strategy. In a mega India Today global exclusive, Finland's President Alexander Stubb has said that Donald Trump consults allies but ultimately makes his own calls. The Finnish president told India Today that Donald Trump is a deal maker, leader who prioritizes pragmatic deals and negotiates outcomes over rigid ideology. Finland's President Alexander Stubb has said that Iran made a major mistake by attacking Gulf states, a move that risks widening the conflict. Stubb also warned the outcome of the war remains uncertain, while making it clear that Finland's role will remain limited to diplomatic engagement. This even as the cracks are playing out at the global stage. Donald Trump has lashed out at Spain, calling its leadership not great and threatening to cut off trade ties with Madrid, adding that he is also unhappy with the United Kingdom. Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has pushed back, saying no to war and warning against solving global crisis with bombs. Meanwhile, the UK is trying to strike a careful balance, with UK Prime Minister Starmer saying that American planes are operating from British bases and intelligence sharing continues, but insists that simply hanging on to Trump's words does not define the special relationship.
When it comes to the larger perspective on what's happening around the world today, has diplomacy, Western diplomacy particularly so, failed us, given that we're looking at wars and nobody is adhering to that very rules-based order that you're talking about? Is the world really sleepwalking into another world war?
Well, I hope not. I mean, that's what we need to try to prevent. So what we've seen after the end of the Cold War was local conflicts, many of them. I mean, you've had some of them, we've had them all around the world. Now we're seeing more regional conflicts, like we're seeing in West Asia and with Iran, for instance. And what we try to do is to prevent it from spilling over to a global conflict. Now, two things to keep in mind. When we have rules and institutions and a framework, then we usually contain it. But the other point is to say that just because someone is breaking the rules doesn't mean that the system is null and void. I'll just give you one example. If someone gets a speeding ticket, it doesn't mean that the speed limits are a bad thing. So we need to continue to abide by them.
But if that car is being crushed for speeding, take for example what's happening right now. A head of state is abducted in the middle of the night. Another head of a country is decapitated, and there are missiles flying. All of this at a time when negotiations were going on, and the foreign minister, in case of Iran, the foreign minister of Oman said almost everything had been agreed to. So are we now looking at the law of the jungle and not the United Nations? No rules, might is right.
Unfortunately, we're seeing more of that. That is why I'm such a strong advocate of multilateralism and order. If there's a car crash, I hope the car has not crashed so badly that we can't fix it and repair it. So my idea is that you kind of have two options. They're fairly binary. One is a multipolar world, which is about transactions and deals and spheres of interest. That's what we're seeing right now, that, you know, the deals are sort of more bilateral than anything else. And then the other option is a multilateral world, where you have institutions, rules and norms and cooperation. Now, my argument is that it's countries like India that will decide the direction in which the world is going to tilt. And if we want to maintain the multilateral order, and by we I mean the global West, then we need to give more agency and power to countries like India. That's why I, for instance, have advocated a permanent seat in the UN Security Council for India, because then that would keep India promoting multilateralism rather than multipolarity.
Introducing Motorola's signature. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
If you want to scale the media heights, we will teach you the ropes. There is no peak in journalism that our mentors haven't scaled. So look no further. Join our postgraduate diploma programs and gain guaranteed internship and proven placement record with top media houses and companies. For more information, visit indiatodayMediaInstitute.in or call 95600 65465.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
The Great Nicobar Controversy. Can India's biggest island project balance growth and nature hand in hand? With the National Green Tribunal clearing the 81,000 crore port and defence project on Great Nicobar Island, a high-stakes debate takes centre stage. Development versus a fragile ecosystem. In the latest issue, India Today examines the key questions behind one of India's most ambitious projects. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speedy delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 161, Mumbai 103, Kolkata 163, Bangalore 96, Chennai 161, Hyderabad 181.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Canada stands with the Iranian people in their long and courageous struggle against the regime's oppressive rule, which is why we support efforts to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. Because Canada is taking the world as it is, not passively waiting for a world we wish to be. We do, however, take this position with regret because the current conflict is another example of the failure of the international order. Despite decades of UN Security Council resolutions, the tireless work of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and the succession of sanctions and diplomatic frameworks, Iran's nuclear threat remains. And now, the United States and Israel have acted without engaging the United Nations or consulting allies, including Canada.
The West Asia war has entered day 6. Israel continues to pound parts of Iran, with Iran refusing to back down. The conflict, which began with Israeli and allied strikes on Iranian sites, has evolved into a multi-theater confrontation involving missiles, attacks, airstrikes, and growing military alerts across the neighboring West Asian countries. The war in West Asia is now spreading deeper into the ocean as United States forces intensify operations against Iran. U.S. military officials say they have sunk 2 Iranian warships in separate incidents. A U.S. submarine torpedoed and sank the Iranian frigate Iris Dina off the coast of Sri Lanka, sending the vessel to the bottom of the Indian Ocean. In another incident, a Shahid Soleimani-class corvette was sunk in the Strait of Hormuz near Iranian shores. U.S. officials say the attacks are part of a wider naval campaign targeting Iranian military assets at sea. In fact, Iran launched fresh waves of ballistic missiles and drones at Israel overnight, triggering sirens and intercepts over central Israel and Jerusalem. Israeli defense system, including the Iron Dome systems, intercepted many incoming Iranian projectiles, though some fragments caused minor injuries and damage. And the U.S. Defense Secretary, who's also the War Secretary, Pete Hegseth, has said that the United States is just getting started and accelerating operation with more assets deployed in the region. The headlines at this hour. Israel begins another wave of strikes in Tehran, targeting infrastructure of Iran command centers. Israel intercepts Iranian missiles above Tel Aviv. U.S. forces continue to hunt Iranian warships. U.S. says sank Iranian Soleimani-class warship after Indian Ocean hit an Iran ship. Iran loses Soleimani-class corvette. U.S. claims a mega Iran plot to kill Donald Trump. India Today accesses spies' stunning confession. Pakistani spy says recruited to kill Donald Trump. Biden says was paid $5,000 to kill Trump. War rages on, but NATO remains divided. Spain refuses to help. Trump says bombs can't solve problems. Trump cuts trade ties with Spain. Nitish Kumar makes it official, new chief minister in Bihar. This comes ahead of his filing of nomination papers for the Rajya Sabha. Nitish Kumar thanks people of Bihar for their faith and support, says new Bihar government will have his full support. The West Asia war has entered day 6 and continues to escalate, with new players entering the conflict. The situation remains volatile, with several people killed in attacks from both sides. Here are the top developments of the story at this hour. U.S. forces are continuing their hunt for Iranian warships. According to U.S. officials, an Iranian Soleimani-class warship has been sunk. The Soleimani-class corvette was sunk in Strait of Hormuz near Iranian shores. This, according to U.S. officials. U.S. military officials also claimed that they have sunk another Iranian warship. This one was called Iris Dena, and this happened off the coast of Sri Lanka, sending the vessel to the bottom of the Indian Ocean. Around 180 crew members were on board, with dozens reported dead and others rescued during search operations by Sri Lankan authorities. U.S. Department of War flaunted the destruction of the 2 Iranian warships. Officials said U.S. forces sank Iranian naval vessels in the strategic Strait of Hormuz, a key global shipping route. Another Iranian warship was sunk by U.S. off the coast of Sri Lanka. The White House released a video showing waves of strikes across Iran, highlighting the scale of the ongoing operation as the ongoing conflict completes 100 hours. Newly released footage shows U.S. strikes hitting Iranian army vehicles and military positions. The United States has started adding music to the videos of the war being released by them. The U.S. military shared videos of them eliminating the Iranian mobile missile launch capabilities. The U.S. military further claimed that they are finding and destroying these threats with lethal precision. Meanwhile, Israel's attack against Iran continues. Fresh visuals shared by Israel show strikes in Iran's Bochan. The strikes led to a massive blast and a plume of smoke. Meanwhile, satellite images show devastation in Iran caused during the ongoing conflict. The footage shows thick smoke and shattered structures, revealing the impact of sustained bombardment. Day 6 of punishing U.S. and Israeli strikes has left multiple bases, missile sites, and naval facilities heavily damaged. Satellite images also show devastation caused at Iranian school. The visuals show the shattered remains of a school building in the city of Minab, reduced to rubble after a deadly strike. Iran claims that 160 school children, most of them young girls, were killed in that attack. Eyewitness footage shows damage in a residential area of Tehran. Following a reported strike, the video believed to have been recorded in east Tehran and released on Wednesday shows a plume of smoke rising near a residential complex after what Iranian state media described as an airstrike. And the West Asia war theater continues to expand. The latest visuals show projectiles fired from Beirut's southern suburbs. The projectiles fired from Lebanese territory are believed to be aimed at targets in Israel, according to reports. A news just coming in that, and this is the big India Today exclusive. India Today has spoken to the Russian envoy to India, Denis Alipov, and he has said that Russia stands in solidarity with Iran. He has gone on to say that Russian president has expressed his sympathies. Russia bats for diplomacy between Israel and Iran. Russian envoy to India, Denis Alipov, saying that he hopes attacks stop at the earliest. Let's listen in.
Ambassador to India, Ambassador Denis Alipov, is here at the Iran embassy, where a condolence book has been opened for the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Thank you so much for speaking with India Today, sir. Let's begin with the fact that the region is in turmoil. You're here to express solidarity. Your first words.
Yes, indeed. We are in full solidarity with the Iranian people, with the government of Iran. I have expressed sincere condolences on behalf of the Russian embassy and the Russian government here at the Iranian embassy in New Delhi. The Russian president has expressed his sympathies towards the people and the government of Iran. The attacks by the US and Israel have been an outrageous violation of the norms of morality and
There was Russian envoy to India, Denis Alipov, speaking to Geeta Mohan. He has said that he is in full solidarity, that Russia stands in full solidarity with the people and the government of Iran. The Russian president has expressed his sympathies. Let's listen in to that conversation again.
the attacks immediately and returned to the...
Before you go, final word.
We'll be playing that interview in just a bit. So Russian envoy to India, Denis Alipov, has spoken to Geeta Mohan, and he has said that he and the people of Russia stand in full solidarity with the people and government of Iran, that Russian President Vladimir Putin has expressed his sympathies. He has gone on to say that the attacks by the US and Israel have been outrageous violation of international norms and morality. He has said that he calls on them to return to the negotiating table. We are looking for a peaceful resolution, are the words of the Russian ambassador to India. He has also said that the negotiations were proceeding and simultaneously Iran was attacked. We are hoping that the attacks stop at the earliest. On the question of the Russian oil, he has said that now it is up to India to decide. We have always been ready to offer oil supplies to India, a decision that the Indian government should take. Russian envoy to India, Denis Alipov, speaking to India Today. That's the big India Today exclusive. Let's listen in.
List and the negotiations resume.
And finally, has India now sought more oil from Russia because of the Strait of Hormuz, Bab el-Mandeb, the strains that we are seeing? Is Russia now going to be the main oil provider in this conflict?
This is up to India to decide. You know, we have always maintained that we have always been ready to offer oil supplies to India, provided India needs those supplies. That's the decision the Indian government should take.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's the ambassador of Russia speaking exclusively to India Today. In New Delhi, this is Geeta Mohan reporting for India Today.
Okay, we'll be playing that interview again. So the big takeaway certainly is that negotiations were proceeding and simultaneously Iran was attacked. Denis Alipov, the Russian envoy to India, saying now it is for India to decide. They have been keen and ready to supply oil to India, a decision that the Indian government has to take. This is with regards to reports which had come in earlier today of 2 Russian oil cargoes now moving towards India to ensure that India wants to cushion itself from any kind of oil shock.
Russian ambassador to India, Ambassador Denis Alipov, is here at the Iran embassy, where a condolence book has been opened for the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Thank you so much for speaking with India Today, sir. Let's begin with the fact that the region is in turmoil. You're here to express solidarity. Your first words.
Yes, indeed. We are in full solidarity with the Iranian people, with the government of Iran. I have expressed sincere condolences on behalf of the Russian embassy and the Russian government here at the Iranian embassy in New Delhi. The Russian president has expressed his sympathies towards the people and the government of Iran. The attacks by the US and Israel have been an outrageous violation of the norms of morality and the norms of international coexistence, the international law, and are unacceptable. We have called on them to stop the attacks immediately and return to the diplomatic table and the negotiations.
Before you go, just final word. The fact that America is saying that they're going to stay as long as it takes, and the kind of bombing, carpet bombing we're seeing on Iran, it doesn't seem like the Iranian administration can, maybe after a few days, handle it on their own. What are countries like Russia, China, allies, friends, looking at doing in such a scenario?
We're looking forward to a peaceful resolution of contradictions that there are between Iran and Israel and the US. The negotiations were proceeding, and as things turned out, simultaneously, the US and Israel were preparing attacks. We've been in contact with the Iranian side, and we are hopeful that the attacks stop at the earliest and the negotiations resume.
And finally, has India now sought more oil from Russia because of the Strait of Hormuz, Bab el-Mandeb, the strains that we are seeing? Is Russia now going to be the main oil provider in this conflict?
This is up to India to decide. You know, we have always maintained that we have always been ready to offer oil supplies to India, provided India needs those supplies. That's the decision the Indian government should take.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's the ambassador of Russia speaking exclusively to India Today. In New Delhi, this is Geeta Mohan reporting for India Today.
And news is coming in that Iran has now condemned sinking of ship in India's backyard. Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi has said that frigate Dana was guest of India. Foreign Minister Arakchi saying that frigate was struck without warning. US will bitterly regret attack on ship. Remember, this is for the first time in 80 years since World War II that warship was torpedoed and destroyed using, in fact, sunk using a submarine. That's why it is being said that these are unprecedented times. Frigate Dana was part of India's testing, which was happening here at an event which was inaugurated by the President of India. So frigate Dana was here, was part of the Milan exercise which was being hosted by the Indian Navy, and the fourth time ever in history that a warship has been downed by a submarine. In 80 years since the Second World War, only 4 warships have been sunk by submarines. That's why now Iran, making its displeasure unknown, clearly saying that Iranian foreign minister is now communicating that a frigate Dana was actually stuck and destroyed in India's backyard. Pranay is joining me on the phone line now. Pranay, how should this be seen? You know, India has not taken a side, India hasn't picked a side, but then Iris Dana was in fact returning after an exercise in Vizag. So in many ways, Foreign Minister Arakchi is right that it was a guest of India. Pranay, if you heard me?
Repeat your question, please.
Pranay, if you heard me, my question is that for Foreign Minister of Iran to say that this happened in India's backyard and that it was the guest of India is something which is true, because Iranian ship was a part of the Milan exercise which was hosted by the Indian Navy.
Absolutely, Maria, and this happened in the area in the sphere of influence for Indian Navy in the Indian Ocean region, and this has its own repercussions. But definitely, if you have noticed the words used by Sayyid Abbas Arakchi, Foreign Minister of Iran, he clearly said that the US will regret the precedents it has set, because this makes the US assets vulnerable as well. This is what I think he's trying to imply. However, if you see the comparison between, the naval capacities, the naval capabilities of United States and Iran, absolutely there is no comparison. But certainly in last few years, Iran has developed certain cruise missiles, the anti-ship cruise missiles, which has the underwater launch capabilities as well. So we do not know whether they will be using those cruise missiles or not. But definitely this has escalated this conflict to another dimension, and also to the area for this conflict has widened up now, because in last 24 hours it has almost reached our doorsteps in around the Indian Ocean region, from the Arabian Sea or Gulf from Oman or Gulf of Persia. Now it has widened up to the Indian Ocean region. And if you have heard U.S. Secretary of War Mark Pete Hegseth, he clearly said, Maria, that we will hunt down every naval assets of Iran wherever they are, and if they think that they are safe in international waters, better they not be, because we are going to decimate and we are going to destroy the naval capabilities of Iran.
And Pranay, 2 Iranian warships have been destroyed, and this is certainly, as we have been saying, I mean, it's air and water. That's the kind of double area or double zone attack which has been launched by Israel, US jointly against Iran.
You're right, Maria, and the sinking of 2 Iranian ships, took place in last 24 hours, and US has claimed that in over 100 hours of its operation, the joint operation with the Israeli Defense Forces, they have sunk almost almost 20 ships of Iran, and in fact they have incapacitated, they have destroyed one submarine of Iran. However, Iran is maintaining a submarine fleet of around 20 submarines. We do not know that where those submarines are, but if you go by the words of U.S. Department of War, they are on a hunt, and in fact they have strong anti-submarine warfare capabilities as well, and they have deployed the best of their assets in the region. So clearly, this is a message they are not only trying to send to Iran, but also to the Gulf nations, that what they are trying to do is to incapacitate or to destroy the naval capabilities of Iran, which has always been seen as a threat to the global commons or the shipping lane of Strait of Hormuz. And that's why they are trying to justify this operation. And that's why if you see the statement put out by the White House clearly indicates that one of the four objectives of U.S. operation against Iran is to dismantle and to destroy the naval capabilities of Iran.
All right, Pranay, thank you for joining us. The war in West Asia is now spreading deeper into the ocean as United States forces intensify operations against Iran. U.S. military officials say that they have sunk 2 Iranian warships in separate incidents. A U.S. submarine torpedoed and sank the Iranian frigate Iris Dana off the coast of Sri Lanka, sending the vessel to the bottom of the Indian Ocean. Around 180 crew members were on board, with dozens reported dead and others rescued during search operations by the Sri Lankan authorities. In another incident, a Shahid Soleimani-class corvette was sunk in the Strait of Hormuz near Iranian shores. U.S. officials have now said that the attacks are part of a wider naval campaign targeting Iranian military assets at sea. There was some confusion during a Pentagon briefing when U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth initially referred to the Soleimani-class warship while announcing the submarine strike on the Dana, though the 2 sinkings happened in separate incidents. The Soleimani-class ships were built by Iran in 2022, and they were named after Qasem Soleimani, the former commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Quds Force, who was killed in a U.S. strike which happened in Baghdad in 2020. And according to U.S. Central Command, the naval campaign has already destroyed more than 20 Iranian vessels, signaling a major escalation in the ongoing conflict.
Iran's senior leaders are dead. The so-called governing council that might have selected a successor, dead, missing, or cowering in bunkers, too terrified to even occupy the same room. Senior generals, mid-level officers, enlisted ranks, they can't talk or communicate, let alone mount a coordinated and sustained offensive. That's not great for morale. The Iranian Air Force is no more, built for 1996, destroyed in 2026. The Iranian Navy rests at the bottom of the Persian Gulf. Combat ineffective, decimated, destroyed, defeated, pick your adjective. In fact, last night, we sunk their prize ship, the Soleimani. Looks like POTUS got him twice. Their Navy, not a factor. Pick your adjective, it is no more. In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II.
To date, we've hit over 2,000 targets, as Admiral Cooper said in his video last night. We've destroyed more than 20 Iranian naval vessels, including, in addition to the frigate outside of the area, 1 submarine, and effectively neutralized at this point in time Iran's major naval presence in theater out there. A United States Navy fast attack submarine has sunk an enemy combatant ship. using a single Mark 48 torpedo to achieve immediate effect, sending the warship to the bottom of the sea. I want to remind everybody that this is an incredible demonstration of America's global reach. To hunt, find, and kill an out-of-area deployer is something that only the United States can do at this type of scale. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, CENTCOM will continue to strike infrastructure and naval capability, and we'll continue to assess our progress against the military objectives. It does take time for us to collect that information and to assess en route. Much of our intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capability is currently hunting and killing ballistic missile launchers and one-way attack capability. We're precise in that assessment, and we call balls and strikes in that.
We are also sinking the Iranian Navy, the entire Navy. Thus far, we've destroyed 17 Iranian ships, including the most operational Iranian submarine that now has a hole in its side. For decades, the Iranian regime has harassed international shipping. Today, there's not a single Iranian ship underway in the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, or Gulf of Oman, and we will not stop. We will continue to conduct dynamic targeting operations. We're hunting Iran's last remaining mobile ballistic missile launchers to eliminate what I would characterize as their lingering launch capability.
And with U.S. submarines now striking Iranian assets far beyond the Gulf, the conflict is clearly expanding into a wider maritime theater. But the escalation is raising alarm. In fact, it is raising alarm in the region. Sri Lankan MP Naval Rajapaksa, in an exclusive conversation with Rajdeep Sardesai, has warned that war in the Indian Ocean is deeply concerning and has said that peace and stability must remain the priority. Listen in.
And as the news of that attack, that torpedo attack sinking an Iranian warship off the Sri Lankan waters comes out, shockwaves across the region. Joining me now is Namal Rajapaksa. He is Sri Lankan's opposition face, and he joins me because he's come out very strongly against what's happened. Namal Rajapaksa, how do you see the sinking of an Iranian warship by a US submarine just off the waters of Sri Lanka?
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's Iranian submarine or it was sunk by the US or any other part, but what matters now at the moment is the security in our region and also in the Indian Ocean. And I think this is something that has to be seriously considered by the nations around Sri Lanka, also India and other nations as to what is happening in Indian Ocean at this given time. Because as you know, the Gulf is a different part of the world. I mean, that has already come to our coast as well now. So this is something that has to be taken very seriously by Sri Lanka as a government of Sri Lanka, and also part of Asian countries as well.
Are you saying that the government of Sri Lanka needs to raise this with the United States, that you brought a war even without the formal declaration of war to our shores within our exclusive economic zone, torpedoed a ship in our waters, and then a distress call results in the Sri Lankans having to rescue some of the Iranians? So it is now a matter of sovereignty of your country as well, your territorial sovereignty.
Yeah, of course. I mean, firstly, I must admit, we must appreciate the fact that Sri Lankan Navy under the Merchant Shipping Act has acted accordingly and mobilized vessels to rescue and make sure that the people are safe, and whatever the assistance that Sri Lankan Navy can give, they have come forward to do that. But at the same time, I think Sri Lankan government first must answer to the people of Sri Lanka whether they were aware of this mission or they were left in dark. If they were left in dark, I'm sure I'm very certain they have to bring this topic up with the US authorities. If they were on understanding with them, then they have to make sure that they tell that in Parliament and make sure that the public of Sri Lanka is aware of such agreement that Sri Lankan government is taking. So first question must be answered by the government of Sri Lanka as to what is their stand and were they aware of this or not.
Mm-hmm. What is your information? Was the Sri Lankan government aware or not when you speak to government officers?
Well, I mean, see, they have been giving
because initially the Sri Lankan government was denying, they were denying that this was a torpedo attack.
Yes, that's what I was about to tell you, because they were coming up with mixed reactions, mixed statements, confused statements, and confusing the public more. So first, I think from the Sri Lankan side, the government must put the act together and not put the whole blame or the responsibility on the Sri Lankan Navy. But diplomatically, the government has to make sure that they give a statement as to what is their stand and whether they are aware of this or not. And then if they are, then they have to make sure that they inform the public of Sri Lanka and also the leaders in our region as to why they took that decision. If they are not, then they definitely have to bring this topic with the relevant head of states.
A news coming in that Israel's defense minister has spoken to his U.S. counterpart, and they have had a conversation in which the U.S. in fact has said that keep going till the end. We are with you. Israeli Defense Ministry has issued a statement with this regard. This is a conversation which has happened between Pete Hegseth, who addressed the press conference, and Israel's defense minister, Katz, who have had a conversation in which they have issued a statement saying U.S. Defense Secretary Hegseth told Minister Katz overnight, keep going until the end, we are with you. So U.S. promising full support, full backing to Israel with all its might as it goes all out against Iran. Iran has also launched fresh waves of ballistic missiles and drones at Israel overnight into March 5th, which has triggered sirens and intercepts over central Israel and Jerusalem. Israel, in fact, also released footage of strikes destroying Iranian ballistic missile launchers near Qom and defense systems in Isfahan. Another piece of rises over the city. Planes were seen taking off in Beirut on Thursday, which is March 5th, that's today, as smoke billowed over buildings in the Lebanese capital's southern suburbs. Lebanon has emerged as a theater in the war that has engulfed this entire region. Hezbollah launched drones and rockets at Israel on Monday, prompting Israel retaliation that has killed dozens of people. Nearly 60,000 people have fled the fight from the zone. That's what United Nations is saying, that adding that tens of thousands have been displaced because of this war. An Israeli military spokesperson published a map on Wednesday of the area in southern Lebanon that he said residents should evacuate, an area amounting to around 8% of the Lebanese territory. The Lebanon government has banned Hezbollah's military operations and ordered surrender of weapons in the Lebanese armed forces. Israel, in fact, struck Hezbollah positions in Lebanon, including Beirut suburbs, as Hezbollah joined the fight in revenge for Iranian losses. Iran fired missiles, drones at U.S. allies, including Bahrain, Kuwait, UAE, Oman, and targets in Saudi Arabia as well, which was the U.S. embassy in Riyadh, which was hit by minor damage. The NATO forces, including the UK jets, intercepted Iranian missiles and drones, including one that was headed towards Turkey and others which were headed towards Jordan. And Iran has threatened to destroy the Middle East military and economic infrastructure in retaliation. It will be interesting to watch what the U.S. Senate says now. Remember, the U.S. Senate failed to pass a measure curbing Trump's war powers on Iran, and Republicans blocked efforts to halt or require congressional approval for U.S. air campaign. India Today has now spoken to Hushang Emir Ahmadi, who's the president of American-Iranian Council. We asked him about the end game in this war. Listen in to what he said. This is the fourth time ever in history that a warship has been downed by a submarine. Are we looking at the Third World War now?
Well, I hope not, but we are getting increasingly closer to that eventuality. This is a completely illegal war. Even the ship that they sank is in international water. In fact, it was not even in the war front area. And they are indiscriminately destroying the country, even a school with now almost 70 kids died with 12 teachers. This is a very, very indiscriminate destruction of a country. But the problem is, it is the misunderstanding of the American side. They don't know who they are fighting. Iran is a nation of so many hundreds of years, indeed 3,000 plus. That country has had thousands of wars, and the guys who supposedly win the wars are nowhere. Iran standing. Iran will stand this war. There is no question whatsoever. And this, the warmongers are going to become very soon regretful about what they are doing. And in fact, international community sooner or later will realize that their silence about this matter is killing. It is really bad. I think the international community hasn't as yet entered the scene with a loud voice, not just condemning, but go beyond that. Listen, this is the international relation, then God forbid what will happen tomorrow to other nations.
Okay. Dr. Ahmed Ahmadi, the United States is claiming that Iran's military capability has been knocked out. Yet Iran continues to strike US bases and target multiple assets of US across West Asia. What does that actually say about Iran's ability to absorb and respond to this attack?
I would say Iran can absorb this war forever, forever. Iran will never be defeated in this particular way. They can destroy the country. Iran is a country of 92 million, and they are largely nationalistic, patriotic. They are ready, prepared to fight to the last drop of their blood. So I think the Americans don't understand that sometimes bullet doesn't just work, that the war machines just don't work. They can destroy, but they cannot annihilate. Mr. Trump just recently had a war against Iran just 7 months ago and claimed it has annihilated, destroyed Iran's capability for building nuclear weapons. Now they are going the second time saying they are there to do the same again. It just shows that that's not the way things work.
The West Asia war is widening by the hour with fresh strikes, new fronts, and sharper warnings. From Tehran to Turkey and Washington, the rhetoric and the firepower is intensifying. Iran fired a missile towards Turkey, first NATO nation to be attacked. The missile was intercepted by air defense systems, debris captured on camera. Ankara summoned the Iranian envoy, with President Erdogan issuing a direct warning to Tehran. The Israel Defense Forces say it has struck multiple high-value targets in Tehran, including IRGC, Quds Force, and intelligence headquarters. Israel has claimed that operations were advanced by months and key military hubs were destroyed. Iran's security chief, Ali Larijani, claimed that 500 American troops were killed and has said that Khamenei's death would come at a heavy price. He accused Trump of dragging Americans into an unjust war. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has said that Iran always sought to avoid war but had no choice after what he called an American Zionist attack. Tehran has insisted it is acting in self-defense. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has said that precision gravity bombs and laser-guided missiles are now in use, claiming the U.S. could control Iran's skies within a week. Washington also alleges that Tehran plotted to assassinate Donald Trump.
Bu sabahki olayda olduğu gibi NATO müttefiklerimizle yakın istişare içinde her türlü önlemi alıyoruz ve anında gerekli müdahalede bulunuyoruz. Bir daha benzer hadiselerin yaşanmaması için de uyarılarımızı en net biçimde yapıyoruz.
And China will be sending its special envoy to the Middle East for mediation. The Chinese Foreign Ministry has issued a statement on Iran. They are saying that China has intensively engaged in mediation efforts. So it is China which is emerging as the mediator in this entire conflict of West Asia. China now saying that they will be sending a mediator to West Asia for mediation. So who has asked China to mediate is the big question. Is the request coming in from Iran? Because Iran is being supported by China and Russia, two countries which are now allies of Iran in this war. And as the axis of resistance is being seen here, there is also an axis of coalition, which is of those nations which are being targeted by Iran. So now China is saying that it will be sending a special envoy to West Asia for mediation. Has China been requested by a third party for mediation? Who has asked China to come into this picture is the big question. Chinese Foreign Ministry saying that it has intensively engaged in mediation efforts. So finally, some sign of off-ramp happening now as we look at day 6 of this conflict, where the theater of this war has expanded. As we have seen, multiple countries are now being in entire West Asia are being included in this as Iran targets multiple assets of US throughout the GCC countries. Now China has intensively engaged in mediation efforts is what the details are. Remember, Israel has struck Hezbollah positions in Lebanon, including Beirut suburbs, as Hezbollah has joined the fight in revenge for Iranian losses. Lebanon's government has banned Hezbollah's military operations and has ordered surrender of weapons to the Lebanese armed forces. Iran has fired missiles and drones at US allies, including Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, Oman, and has targeted US embassy in Riyadh, which has been hit. In the last 6 days, we have seen 3 US embassies in various parts of West Asia being closed. Now it seems that it is China which will be playing the role of the mediator. Even as we wait for a reporter to join us, let's listen in to what Alipov, who is the Russian ambassador to India, told Geeta Mohan some time back, clearly saying that this is a war which is illegal, something which was almost was forced upon Iran because it happened right in the middle of negotiations.
Let's begin with the fact that the region is in turmoil. You're here to express solidarity. Your first words.
Yes, indeed. We are in full solidarity with the Iranian people, with the government of Iran. I have expressed sincere condolences on behalf of the Russian embassy and the Russian government here at the Iranian embassy in New Delhi. The Russian president has expressed his sympathies towards the people and the government of Iran. The attacks by the US and Israel have been an outrageous violation of the norms of morality and the norms of international coexistence, the international law, and are unacceptable. We have called on them to stop the attacks immediately and return to the diplomatic table and the negotiations.
Before you go, just final word. The fact that America is saying that they're going to stay as long as it takes, and the kind of bombing, carpet bombing we're seeing on Iran, it doesn't seem like the Iranian administration can, maybe after a few days, handle it on their own. What are countries like Russia, China, allies, friends, looking at doing in such a scenario?
We're looking forward to a peaceful resolution of contradictions that there are between Iran and Israel and the US. The negotiations were proceeding, and as things turned out, simultaneously the US and Israel were preparing attacks. We've been in contact with the Iranian side, and we are hopeful that the attacks stop at the earliest and the negotiations resume.
And finally, has India now sought more oil from Russia because of the Strait of Hormuz, Bab el-Mandeb, the strains that we are seeing? Is Russia now going to be the main oil provider in this conflict?
This is up to India to decide. You know, we have always maintained that we have always been ready to offer oil supplies to India, provided India needs those supplies. That's the decision the Indian government should take.
China is now positioning itself as the mediator in the conflicts because of the geopolitical tensions and this entire crisis in West Asia. Chinese Foreign Ministry has said that it is intensively engaged in mediation efforts, and that a special envoy will be traveling to West Asia for mediation. The question is, who has authorized China for this mediation talks, and is China acting on behalf of Iran? And are there efforts by other countries in West Asia to look for a possible solution? Pranay is joining me on the phone line. Pranay, who has asked China for it to take initiative in this mediation?
I'm sure Iranians must have contacted the Chinese, and in fact, Chinese sumo can also take these kind of initiatives because they have sizable influence and investment in China. They, in fact, they are the strategic partner of Iran, and in fact, they have signed the strategic partnership in 2021. And also, Chinese have substantial investment in the Gulf region, in the Arab region, and in fact, globally as well. China is the second biggest economy, and they have sizable influence, and therefore they have offered this kind of mediation, and they are sending their special envoy to the Gulf nation to lobby and to garner support for immediate cessation of these operation by the United States, and in fact to mediate a process. But the larger question remains, Maria, that will United States come on table to have discussion and dialogue with Iran? And especially, it's a joint operation. US is not the only party in this operation. In fact, Israel is also there. And in fact, will they together agree that the Iranian regime should be left at this juncture, that they should stop this operation? So I do not see a possibility in it, but definitely China, Russia, and many other partners as well, they think that this is the time when there should be a dialogue, there should be a mediation, because otherwise this continuous bombing of Iran will eventually result into large number of casualties. Already the mark has already crossed the figure of 1,000 in Iran, and also there is a threat, there is a danger that if this operation fails, which many analysts think that Iran is not an easy territory for US to bombard and even install, because at the time when they are talking about arming the Kurd rebels and asking the other sections of society of Iran to stand up, this can result into a civil war in Iran, which may result into a large number of casualties, and also instability in the entire region, because the Central Asian region has its borders with Iran. In fact, China has a rail link up to Iran, So therefore, they have large number of that BRI initiatives in Iran, and therefore Chinese have their own interests as well as it's their initiative.
If China has made this effort suo motu, Pranay, then what leverage can China necessarily have over the aggressor here, which is the US-Israel combined?
If this is a larger question that whether Chinese would want to use that leverage because they are already entangled with the United States in a tough war, in a trade war, and in fact they have an influence in terms of because they have a $500 billion trade with the United States. Whether they want to use that leverage or not, we can't say for sure. But certainly, Chinese have a significant and a sizable influence, and they have their voice. And in fact, ultimately, someone has to mediate the process and to initiate. And if you have seen the statement put out by the Chinese foreign minister after having this conversation with the Iranian counterpart, Sayyid Abbas Araghchi, Mr. Wang Yi has put out a statement that China supports Iran's legitimate right and its interest. And also China will support Iran to defend its territorial integrity, its sovereignty. So if you see the semantics, if the wordings of the statement put out by the Chinese Foreign Ministry, this clearly shows that China has already come out in open. They have extended their support to Iran, and we have to see that what kind of support they can actually lend in, because currently what Iran needs is a robust, strong air defense system, which nobody has come forward to offer that air defense or air support to Iranians.
All right. Pranay, really appreciate your time. So Chinese Special Envoy will be traveling to West Asia, and China has now offered to mediate in this entire crisis as the war in West Asia escalates and intensifies with every passing hour. This remains out of focus. A quick break, and then we return.
आपको शायद पता नहीं होगा, अपार ने आईएनएस विक्रांत के लिए 150 से ज्यादा तरह के केबल्स बनाए हैं। देश के टॉर्पीडोस में भी हैं अपार के केबल्स। वंदे भारत भी अपार के केबल से ही स्पीड पकड़ती है, और यही वायर्स और केबल्स हमारे घरों को भी पावर करते हैं। विश्वास इसमें अपार, तभी तो ये है देश का तार।
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. US submarine attacks, Iranian warship in Indian Ocean, 87 sailors killed, Iran launches airstrikes on Israel, IDF activates air defense systems, India to face England today in T20 World Cup semi-final at Wankhede.
आपको शायद पता नहीं होगा, अपार ने आईएनएस विक्रांत के लिए 150 से ज्यादा तरह के केबल्स बनाए हैं। देश के टॉर्पीडोस में भी हैं अपार के केबल्स। वंदे भारत भी अपार के केबल से ही स्पीड पकड़ती है, और यही वायर्स और केबल्स हमारे घरों को भी पावर करते हैं। विश्वास इसमें अपार, तभी तो ये है देश का तार।
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
India Today Conclave 2026. Breakthroughs and Breakdowns, March 13th and 14th, New Delhi. Book your seat now, www.indiatodayconclave.com.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 161, Mumbai 103, Kolkata 163, Bangalore 96, Chennai 161, Hyderabad 181.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Very good afternoon. It is day 6 of the war and clearly no signs of de-escalation. Iran has fired a wave of missiles towards Israel. China is saying that it is ready to mediate. This despite knowing that America has said that it is too late for talks. We continue to get you all the top updates at 1 p.m. I'm Suesha Sound. First, a quick check of the headlines. Israel begins another wave of strikes in Tehran, targeting infrastructure of Iran command centers. Israel intercepts Iranian missiles above Tel Aviv. U.S. forces continue to hunt Iranian warships. U.S. says sank Iranian Soleimani-class warship after Indian Ocean hit on Iran ship. Iran loses Soleimani-class corvette. Russia stands in solidarity with Iran, says Russian president expresses sympathies. Russia bats for diplomacy amid war.
Outrageous violation of the norms of morality and the norms of international coexistence, the international law. Stop the attacks immediately and return to the diplomatic table and the negotiations.
U.S. claims mega Iran plot to kill Trump. India today accesses spy stunning confession. Pakistani spy says recruited to kill Trump. Biden says was paid $5,000 to kill Trump. War rages marches on, but NATO remains divided. Spain refuses to help Trump, says bombs cannot solve the problem. Trump cuts trade ties with Spain. And yes, Nitish Kumar has made it official, new chief minister in Bihar. Ahead of filing nominations for Rajya Sabha, Nitish Kumar thanks Bihar for the faith and support, says new Bihar government will have my full support. And first up, we cut across to breaking news coming in. Iranian state television that has aired a message from Ayatollah calling for the shedding of blood from Israelis and Trump. That's the latest message that is just coming in. And remember, this is being aired by the Iranian state television. A message from an Ayatollah is how it is being termed. And what does the message read? A clear message calling for shedding of blood from Israelis and Trump. This as clearly putting out the message that they will not back down. Iran has said that they will go all out. They will not put a stop to this. And we've been getting you details of how Iran has fired a wave of missiles towards Israel. Many of the civilians who are hiding in bunkers. This even as Israel has also launched a latest set of airstrikes. Iran media that is now saying that Ayatollahs have called for shedding of blood from Israelis and Trump. You would also remember that video that Iran had released showcasing their combat capability, showcasing the missiles they have. The US putting out a clear message that this entire operation is a bid to stop any sort of combat from Iran, and that also means manufacturing of further missiles. But Iran has been saying that they have all the might to be able to combat against Israel and US, and they will not pull back. Mayan Hoffman now joining us live from Jerusalem. Mayan, very good afternoon to you from India. Although the situation remains tense, do take us through the details of the fresh round of strikes that not just came in from Iran, but how Israel is hitting back.
100%. So first of all, in terms of coming in from Iran, we've actually seen a huge reduction in strikes by Iran against Israel. That is because the IDF is reporting that we've really begun to have some success there in the country. They're talking about an 86% reduction in Iran's ability to strike back at Israel. And the people are seeing that today. In just a few hours, our restrictions are going to be reduced, and we're going to be able to go out to work and to be able to travel a little bit more, gatherings of around 50 people. And of course, the rescue flights have started to return. Our Ministry of Transportation, as we're speaking, is working on new regulations to also allow some outgoing flights from Israel to other parts of the world. So that's as far as Israel. As far as what the IDF is continuing, we're talking about 1 to 2 weeks of continued attacks against Iran. These are targeted attacks against missile infrastructures, nuclear program, and of course, key leadership. We see already this morning, Israel is continuing to strike, has been striking in Iran since the early morning, and very successfully from what we're understanding. So far, the IDF has sent 5,000 bombs or strikes into Iran since the start of the war. And as I said, they're saying they're going to be continuing, of course, in close collaboration with the United States, which is also striking that number of key targets.
And I request you to stay on with us. We'll come back to you in a short while from now, quickly updating our viewers that the war in West Asia is spreading deeper into the ocean as the United States forces intensify operations against Iran. U.S. military officials say that they have sunk 2 Iranian warships in separate incidents. Australian submarine torpedoed a US submarine torpedoed and sank the Iranian frigate Iris Dina off the coast of Sri Lanka, sending the vessel to the bottom of the Indian Ocean. Now, around 180 crew members were on board, dozens who've been reported dead and others rescued during search operations by Sri Lankan authorities. In another incident, a Shahid Soleimani-class corvette that was sunk in the Strait of Hormuz near Iranian shores. U.S. officials say that the attacks are part of a wider naval campaign targeting Iranian military assets at sea. There was some confusion during a Pentagon briefing when U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth initially referred to the Soleimani-class warship while announcing the submarine strike on the Dina, though the 2 sinkings happened in separate incidents. The Soleimani-class ships were built by Iran in 2022 and named after Qasem Soleimani, the former commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Quds Force, who was killed in a U.S. strike ordered by Donald Trump in Baghdad in 2020. Now, according to U.S. Central Command, the naval campaign has already destroyed more than 20 Iranian vessels, signaling a major escalation in the ongoing conflict. And that's the latest that is coming in as far as how Israel has now gone on to target, remember, especially the infrastructure of Iran command centers. But the story that remains of the warships of Iran that have been targeted by the US. Remember, this is important because this may not be in the maritime jurisdiction of India, but strategic when it comes to the Indian Ocean. And while we also see domestic politics play out, but the big warships that have been targeted by the US, where we just heard from Iran Foreign Minister Araghchi, who also went on to say that the US is going to regret this. And we cut across to breaking news coming in ahead of Nitish Kumar's Rajya Sabha nomination. Home Minister Amit Shah, who has arrived in Patna. Nitish Kumar has made it official. He has said that there will be a new chief minister in Bihar. Several names that are doing the rounds ahead of filing the nominations for Rajya Sabha. Nitish Kumar has thanked Bihar for the faith and support of people and how they have always stood by him in the last over 2 decades. This certainly being a turning point for Nitish Kumar in Bihar in his 50 years of political career, where he is all set to file nominations for the Rajya Sabha. Now remember that to happen, but important development that we are focusing on right now is Home Minister Amit Shah has arrived in Patna. We've already seen a divided RJD when, a divided JDU when it comes to Nitish Kumar's decision. Let me take this to my colleague Rohit Singh, who's joining us on the broadcast with further details to how are you exactly decoding Amit Shah's arrival in Patna, important decision to be made to who will be the next chief minister, whether it could be from the JDU or from the BJP, but what are the meetings that are currently happening?
Well, see, as I speak at this point of time, Nitish Kumar has left from the Chief Minister's residence along with Amit Shah, Samrat Chaudhary. All of them were in a small meeting that took place just after Amit Shah reached Patna, and straight from the airport he came to meet Nitish Kumar at 1 Anemarg, the official residence of the Chief Minister. And now Amit Shah, Nitish Kumar, Samrat Chaudhary and Nitin Nabeen, who were all there at the CM residence, they have now left for the Bihar Vidhan Sabha, where in a short while from now, Nitish Kumar will be filing his nomination for the Rajya Sabha, and along with Nitish Kumar and Nitin Nabeen, who is the national president of the BJP, and Shivesh Ram also from the BJP, Upendra Kushwaha from the Rashtriya Lok Morcha, all these, and Ramnath Thakur from the JDU. So all the 5 candidates of the NDA will be filing their nomination in about next 30 minutes as I speak. About 1:30 is the time. What we are learning is that the nomination will take place. But the talking point for today is the big power shift that is going to take place, because Nitish Kumar has made it official a few hours back that he is now quitting as the Chief Minister of Bihar and is moving to Rajya Sabha, and that he was doing the decision which he has taken himself, and that this decision hasn't been imposed on him. So Nitish Kumar is now all set to quit as the Chief Minister of Bihar in maybe 1 or 2 days. We can see after his nomination is filed today, and a big power shift will be taking place. And as I speak today, in a short while from now, the nomination of Nitish Kumar and Nitin Nabeen and all other NDA candidates is going to take place. Back to you.
Continue talking to us, Rohit, because the timing of this decision is particularly being questioned. We are staying with those live pictures of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who is currently in Patna. Rohit Singh getting us the details of the meeting that just concluded. Rohit, several reports also suggest that these discussions had been on for a while. And in fact, the central leadership of the BJP that had also advised Nitish Kumar to go to the Rajya Sabha and nominate a successor of his choice. But questions really looming on that. Who will be that successor and which party will he be from? Will we see a BJP face or a JDU face? Any sort of friction on that front internally, or can the decision be smooth?
Well, see, Nitish Kumar quitting as the Bihar Chief Minister and BJP having its own Chief Minister, all this discussions have all been taking place in Bihar for the last year or so. And there are two reasons behind this. Why? Because this time the BJP is the single largest party in Bihar with a mandate of 202 that the NDA has got. So if not now, then when was the question from the BJP point of view, that now that they are the single largest party and this was the opportune time to have its own chief minister. And the second factor that was very important is the failing health of Nitish Kumar. Remember, in the past 2 years, there have been several instances, several videos also that has gone viral, where we saw that Nitish Kumar is doing all kind of things which suggested that Nitish Kumar was not healthy, and this health was failing. And that is why these two factors played a very important role. And just before the Bihar Assembly elections took place, BJP had promised that they will be making Nitish Kumar as the Chief Minister, and that they did. In fact, for the last 3 months, we're seeing ever since the government was formed that Nitish Kumar was the Chief Minister. But now the power shift is going to take place. It was in the pipeline, but this is going to happen so early. This was not expected and that is why it came as a surprise to many that on the day of Holi, when the country was celebrating Holi, that this decision was taken of Nitish Kumar moving to Rajya Sabha. And now that everything has become official, so now the big question, who is going to become the Chief Minister from the BJP? 3-4 names doing the round. However, Samrat Chaudhary, who is the Deputy Chief Minister, also holding the home portfolio, is the front runner as far as the CM post is concerned. Apart from that, if not Samrat Chaudhary, Nityanand Rai, who is working as the junior in the Home Ministry at the centre under Amit Shah, he is also one of the probable names who could be the CM candidate because he comes from the Yadav community also, which is the core vote bank of Lalu Prasad, Tejasvi Yadav and the RJD. So keeping in mind the 2029 Lok Sabha elections, the BJP can in fact send out a message to the Yadav community that the RJD is now no more in power. So maybe they can make a dent in the Yadav vote bank. And the two other names that are doing the round are Sanjeev Chaurasia, a 5-time MLA from Digha Assembly seat in Patna, and Dilip Jaiswal, former Bihar BJP state president and also a minister in the Nitish Kumar government at the moment. So 3 or 4 names are doing the rounds. However, Samrat Chaudhary continues to be the front runner as far as the next chief minister of Bihar is concerned, and the first chief minister from the BJP is concerned in Bihar. Back to you.
So how likely are they to arrive on a decision at the soonest, and when can we expect an announcement? All right, not too sure if Rohit Singh is still connected. We'll try and reconnect that line with him, but important development there, because those are the pictures on your screens marking Home Minister Amit Shah's arrival in Patna, coming at a very important time. Nitish Kumar has made it clear he will not continue as the Chief Minister of Bihar. He is all ready to file his nomination for Rajya Sabha. He has even made it official that there will be a new Chief Minister in Bihar. But who will that be? Nitish Kumar, who's thanked Bihar for the faith and support. This, remember, is a turning point in the 50 years of his political career. Several names that are doing the round, from Nishant to Shravan Kumar, Samrat Chaudhary, of course, being a front runner, Vijay Sinha, Nityanand Rai. all these names that are doing the rounds to who will be the successor or the next chief minister of Bihar. Nitish Kumar, of course, in that meeting with Amit Shah, where it is now clearly indicated that the decision has been mutual. They are all on the same page, and Nitish Kumar has decided to make that shift. But decision to be taken on who will be the next chief minister of Bihar. Now, amid this visit of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, the meeting that just concluded, and of course, the names of the front runners that are doing the rounds, but who will that person be is the announcement that one and all are waiting for. The timing, that is extremely crucial, surprising, intriguing of Nitish Kumar's exit as he's completed over 2 decades as chief minister. And I'm being told that Rohit is back with us on the broadcast. Rohit, I was trying to understand from you, how soon will the decision be made and the announcement to come in on who will be the next chief minister?
Well, see, what I am gathering is the fact that this entire operation, which is going on right now in Patna, it will end in 2 to 3 days, especially before the parliament session resumes on 9th of March. So the BJP will be wanting that this entire exercise, the entire operation should end soon. And now that Nitish Kumar will be filing his nomination, in all certainty, he will go to the Raj Sabha. So there is no point in delaying this entire exercise of power shift. And that is why what we are learning is that maybe, if not today, then by tomorrow, Nitish Kumar may tender his resignation at meeting the governor at the Raj Bhavan. And then in 1 or 2 more days, we can see that a new government can be formed in Bihar. And especially keeping in mind that the West Bengal elections are also scheduled to be declared, I think by 15th March or 17th March. So before the declaration of the West Bengal Assembly elections and before the resumption of the parliament session after a break, what I am gathering is that the BJP will try to finish and wrap up this entire operation Bihar so that a new government is formed in the next 2 to 3 days, and there should be a BJP CM at the helm of affairs in Bihar for the first time in the history of state. Back to you.
Yes, absolutely, Rohit. And the reason for Amit Shah's visit to Patna is certainly being looked at as to formalize the transition in the state leadership. But with regards to the factors that will weigh in, because let's not forget that Nitish Kumar has really cemented his position over decades, and he has that faith that he has won of people while he's very thankful. But for really someone to come into his position, who he will be, and what are the factors that will really weigh in to ensure that that position stays cemented?
Well, see, Nitish Kumar moving to the Raj Sabha was not an easy decision that he has made, and obviously it has not gone down well with his party leaders, apart from the top brass, several small rung party leaders, all those workers who are working on the ground. They have been protesting since morning outside the CM residence, and basically there are 4 faces in the Janata Dal United who are right now being seen as villains, and because of them, they are maintaining that Nitish Kumar has been forced to move to Raj Sabha. One of them is Sanjay Jha, Lalan Singh is the second one, Ashok Chaudhary and Vijay Chaudhary. So the party workers are angry with all these top leaders of the Janata Dal United, and basically seeing them as villains who have been instrumental, according to them, for Nitish Kumar quitting as the chief minister of Bihar and then deciding to move to Raj Sabha. But as far as the party is concerned, it is very much obvious that once Nitish Kumar moves to Raj Sabha, obviously there can be a split in the Janata Dal United, because not many leaders are very happy with the decisions. Yesterday we know that several leaders met Nitish Kumar and told him that if you move to Raj Sabha, the party is going to split in Bihar. But now that Nitish Kumar has made it very much clear by that social media post that he is moving to Raj Sabha, so now remains that who will be taking over as over the party basically. And remember, whether it's Sanjay Jha or Lalan Singh or Ashok Chaudhary or Vijay Chaudhary, all these names that are doing the round, I don't think so that any one of them is going to become going to become the party president. Nishant Kumar is the name. See, Nishant Kumar, why I'm talking, because the name of Nishant Kumar, who is the son of Nitish Kumar, has been doing the rounds for the last few months, that he will be taking a political plunge, he will be joining politics. But now it seems that it is the opportune time, because why? Nitish Kumar, his father, is moving to Rajya Sabha. There is a threat of the split in party, and that is why if Nishant Kumar takes over the party, then it has 2 or 3 factors which goes in his favor. First, that he is the son of Nitish Kumar. He could be a leader who is acceptable to each and everyone. Maybe the senior leaders also, the middle level leaders or the juniors or the party workers. He can be an acceptable face because he happens to be Nitish Kumar's son. Secondly, he has a clean image because he has never been in politics over the last so many years. So if he takes a political plunge, there is no corruption cases, no controversy related to him. So he has a clean image. He is an engineer by profession also. So because of his clean image, he can take over the party. And the third and the most important, which goes, the factor that goes in his favor, is the caste combination. The caste combination of Kurmi, Koiri and Kushwaha, that has been we can say the foundation of Nitish Kumar's politics over the last 50 years. In that caste politics and caste dynamic, Nishant Kumar fits perfectly because he also is a Kurmi by caste. So all these factors goes in favor of Nishant Kumar, and if that only happens, if Nitish Kumar, if Nishant Kumar takes over the party, then only there is a possibility that a split which was looking likely in the Janata Dal United. In fact, that can be stopped, and the party can also run, and Nitish Kumar moves to Rajya Sabha, and BJP has its own CM in the state. Back to you.
Right, absolutely, Rohit. In fact, some reports also suggesting that BJP is in 2 minds whether to keep the CM from Kurmi Koiri community or go for an EBC face. We'll leave it at that because lots of political reactions have come in. Rohit, let's listen in.
आज माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय ने ट्वीट करके बताया कि एक सदन ऐसा था राज्यसभा जिसके वो अभी तक सदस्य नहीं बने थे, तो उनकी प्रबल इच्छा थी कि राज्यसभा के सदस्य बने, और उन्होंने कहा है कि विकसित बिहार के सपना को पूरा करने के लिए सदैव मेरा बिहार में जो भी सरकार के साथ मेरा जो है और हर वक्त मदद रहेगा।
ये जाहिर है कि सदन की भी गरिमा बढ़ेगी, बहस का स्तर ऊंचा होगा, और यूं भी 2001 में अपनी ख्याति के चलते और अपने अच्छे बौद्धिक ज्ञान के चलते उन्हें बेस्ट पार्लियामेंटेरियन का खिताब भी मिला था। जो राजनीतिक दल और व्यक्ति नीतीश कुमार जी पर कल तक कटु प्रहार कर रहे थे, अचानक उनका नीतीश प्रेम देख करके मैं भी अचंभित हूँ।
नामांकन 1:30 बजे से 2 बजे के बीच में नामांकन होगा, और 12 बजे के आसपास आदरणीय अमित शाह जी बिहार आ रहे हैं और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष समेत एनडीए के सभी नेताओं के नामांकन में भाग लेंगे।
चेन्नई जो कल खबरों में चला है 12 बजे से के बाद के मुख्यमंत्री जी बिहार से दिल्ली जाएंगे, किसी के घर में होली नहीं कल मनाया गया। जनता दल यूनाइटेड के लोग, पूरे बिहार के लोग, शोकाकु कोई आदमी कल होली नहीं मनाया है। हम लोगों का होली खराब कर दिया गया है। हम लोग किसी भी हालत में नीतीश कुमार को ही बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री देखना चाहते हैं। किसी हर हाल में बिहार की जनता ने, बिहार के कार्यकर्ताओं ने खून पसीना एक करके नीतीश कुमार को मैंडेट दिया है। 25 से 30 के लिए बीच में छोड़ने के लिए मैंडेट नहीं दिया है।
बहुत दुखद है ये, लेकिन हम आज भी कोशिश करते हैं कि जो नीतीश कुमार छात्र आंदोलन से लेकर आज तक वो बिहार की जनता के लिए सेवा करते रहे, जो 4 डिग्री के टेम्परेचर से 44 डिग्री टेम्परेचर तक सेवा करते रहे, वो बिहार की जनता उनको परिवार मानती है। नीतीश कुमार को, नीतीश कुमार के अलावा कोई यहाँ दूसरा सीएम नहीं हो सकता। हम चाहते हैं कि नीतीश कुमार अगला मुख्यमंत्री ही रहे।
अब हम इतना कहना चाहते हैं, जो हम लोगों के सामने जो समाचार आया, नीतीश जी ने भी पोस्ट किया है कि वो जो है सदन जाना चाहते हैं। आप सब लोगों को पता होगा कि हम शुरुआत से ही जो है इस बात को कहते रहे हैं कि चुनाव के बाद जो है नीतीश कुमार जी को भाजपा के लोग मुख्यमंत्री पद पे नहीं रहने देंगे। हमने उस समय भी कहा था कि ये महाराष्ट्र मॉडल जो है रिफाइंड तरीके से बिहार में जो है लागू करेंगे। आज वो बात जो है सच हो रही है और जो जन आकांक्षाएं हैं इस सत्ता परिवर्तन के खिलाफ हैं सभी लोग।
इसकी गूंज, इसके इम्प्लीकेशन कई वर्षों तक रहेंगे। रही बात हमारी लीडरशिप की, हमारी पॉलिटिकल एंटिटी की, तो हम संघर्ष करेंगे। आमने सामने की लड़ाई है। अब तो कहने के लिए भी नीतीश जी नहीं बचे, बीजेपी ने उनको गायब कर दिया। और ये क्षण ऐसा है जिसमें आपको मैं एक बात कहूं कि बिहार की धरती में इस तरह के प्रयोग महाराष्ट्र की तरह सफल हो जाएंगे, इसमें मुझे शंका है।
And the big question now being, who will be the next Chief Minister of Bihar? Let's take you through the list of the top contenders that are now doing the rounds. The first name, of course, of Samrat Chaudhary, who is the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, and most importantly, how he is backed by Nitish Kumar himself to be his successor. Next is Nityanand Rai, who is MOS Home Affairs, belonging to the Yadav community, and again, that is being considered as the other option. Dilip Jaiswal, who is also one of the front runners in this list. Bihar Industries Minister, who belongs to the OBC community and again is a strong contender as far as making it in Nitish Kumar's position is concerned. But like we understand that the decision could be taken in anywhere 2 to 3 days and the announcement will be made. On that note, we step into a short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side with the very latest. Do stay tuned to India Today.
स्थिरता, विकास और साझा समृद्धि को नई मजबूती दे रहा है। फ्रेंड, वर्ष 2026 की शुरुआत में ऐतिहासिक भारत यूरोपियन यूनियन फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हुआ। ये एग्रीमेंट भारत और फिनलैंड के बीच ट्रेड, इन्वेस्टमेंट और टेक्नोलॉजी सहयोग को और प्रबल करेगा। डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और सस्टेनेबिलिटी जैसे क्षेत्रों में भारत और फिनलैंड महत्वपूर्ण साझेदार हैं। नोकिया के मोबाइल फोन और टेलीकॉम नेटवर्क ने करोड़ों भारतीयों को जोड़ा है। फिनलैंड के आर्किटेक्ट के सहयोग से हमने चिनाब नदी पर विश्व का सबसे ऊंचा रेलवे ब्रिज बनाया है। फिनलैंड की साझेदारी से हमने नुमालीगढ़ में दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी बंबू टू बायोएथेनॉल रिफाइनरी भी बनाई है। फ्रेंड, ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण उदाहरणों से प्रेरित होते हुए प्रेसिडेंट स्टूप की इस यात्रा में हम भारत फिनलैंड संबंधों को एक स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप इन डिजिटलाइजेशन एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी का रूप दे रहे हैं। यह पार्टनरशिप एआई से लेकर 6G टेलीकॉम तक, क्लीन एनर्जी से लेकर क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग तक कई हाईटेक क्षेत्रों में हमारे सहयोग को गति और ऊर्जा देगा। साथ ही डिफेंस, स्पेस, सेमीकंडक्टर और क्रिटिकल मिनरल जैसे की सेक्टर्स में भी साझेदारी और गहरी बढ़ेगी। भारत और फिनलैंड जैसे लोकतांत्रिक और जिम्मेदार देशों की यह स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप पूरे विश्व के लिए ट्रस्टवर्दी टेक्नोलॉजी और सप्लाई चेन सुनिश्चित करने में योगदान देगी। फ्रेंड्स, फिनलैंड भारतीय स्टूडेंट्स और टैलेंट के लिए एक प्रीफर्ड डेस्टिनेशन बन रहा है। दोनों देशों के इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम को जोड़ने के लिए आज हमने फिनलैंड के साथ एक व्यापक माइग्रेशन एंड मोबिलिटी एग्रीमेंट किया है। इसके साथ हम जॉइंट रिसर्च और स्टार्टअप सहयोग को भी और मजबूत करने जा रहे हैं। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में फिनलैंड एक रोल मॉडल है। आज हमने टीचर ट्रेनिंग, स्कूल टू स्कूल पार्टनरशिप
और फ्यूचर ऑफ एजुकेशन में रिसर्च सहयोग बढ़ाने पर भी सहमति बनाई है। यानी स्कूल से लेकर इंडस्ट्री तक हम ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट के हर लेवल पर अपने सहयोग को नई गहराई देने जा रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, फिनलैंड नॉर्डिक क्षेत्र में भारत का महत्वपूर्ण पार्टनर है। हम फिनलैंड के साथ मिलकर आर्कटिक और पोलर रिसर्च में भी सहयोग बढ़ा रहे हैं। एक हेल्दी प्लैनेट हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता है। हमें बहुत खुशी है कि इस वर्ष फिनलैंड के साथ हम भारत में वर्ल्ड सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी फोरम होस्ट करने जा रहे हैं। इससे सस्टेनेबिलिटी के हमारे प्रयासों को नई गति और नए विचार मिलेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और फिनलैंड दोनों रूल ऑफ लॉ, डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी में विश्वास रखते हैं। हम एकमत है कि केवल मिलिट्री कॉन्फ्लिक्ट से किसी भी मुद्दे का समाधान नहीं निकल सकता। यूक्रेन हो या पश्चिमी एशिया, हम संघर्ष की शीघ्र समाप्ति और शांति के हर प्रयास का समर्थन करते रहेंगे। हम इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि बढ़ते हुए ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस के समाधान के लिए ग्लोबल इंस्टीट्यूशंस का रिफॉर्म आवश्यक ही नहीं, अर्जेंट भी है। और आतंकवाद के हर रूप को जड़ से समाप्त करना हमारी साझी प्रतिबद्धता है। योर एक्सेलेंसी, आपने आयरनमैन ट्रायथलॉन कंप्लीट की है। हमें विश्वास है कि आप जैसे ऊर्जावान लीडर के साथ मिलकर हम भारत और फिनलैंड के बीच इनोवेशन, डिजिटल और सस्टेनेबिलिटी के एक नए ट्रायथलॉन को भी अचीव करेंगे। आइए भारत फिनलैंड के इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक पार्टनरशिप में एक नए सुनहरे अध्याय की शुरुआत करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. May I now request His Excellency Dr. Alexander Stubb, President of the Republic of Finland, to give his remarks to the media.
Mr. Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar, terve. As you said, thank you very much for your kind words. Also, thank you for the warm hospitality that you have shown us here. I have to say that I salute your diplomatic skills when you say that we stand here as two big democracies. There is one big and one slightly smaller, but I think the key message is that we share values. I would also like to congratulate you for your leadership. My last visit to India was actually in 2013 in my capacity as Minister of Trade. And the change that I just see on the streets of New Delhi and that I will most probably see in Mumbai in a couple of days is palpable. This is an economic miracle that we're witnessing, and I wish you all the best. Thank you also for welcoming me. I arrived yesterday in the middle of Holi, which was lovely to see. I was able to escape some of the color attacks that were coming at me, but it was a great experience as such. The previous state visit of Finnish head of state, the president, was actually in 1996 with President Martti Ahtisaari, who was very much a man of peace. He won the Nobel Prize of Peace in 2008 and was a great respected leader. Rarely, if ever, have we been in a situation also where we've had a prime minister here 2 weeks ago in the form of Petteri Orpo, and now a president 2 weeks later. India obviously is one of the world's largest and most influential countries and the world's largest democracy. And as we have seen, you are now a key strategic partner for Europe. its importance in foreign and security policy and trade policy is difficult to overstate. You are one of the fastest growing economies in the world. That we can witness here every day. And what I really respect about your foreign policy is that you've never been under illusions. You've always based your foreign policy on a pragmatic and realistic worldview. You've showed the rest of the world that strategic caution and safeguarding autonomy means a lot, all the while championing multilateralism and global cooperation. And I believe personally that we should all become a little bit more Indian. It's an honor for me to open the Raisina dialogues today together with you, Mr. Prime Minister. It's amazing to see the growth of Raisina. Only in 10 years it's become one of the key set pieces where everyone in the world is listening and watching what is happening at Raisina, not least right now when the world is so turbulent. The world is changing. We are living through a transition in the global order, and India, together with its friends in the global south, will determine the direction in which this order will go. And that is one of the key issues. It's been so fruitful to discuss and understand your approach. Today we discussed security issues in the region. We have conflicts in both regions, in West Asia and also, of course, in Ukraine. And for us, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has lasted for too long, 4 years. We agreed that ending the war is in everyone's interests. A lasting peace can only be one that respects the principles of the United Nations. Today, in my speech at Raisina, I will once again call for a change in the multilateral system where the division of labor and power would reflect today's world, and therefore I think a seat in the UN Security Council for India is of utmost importance. We of course also discussed today the relationship between India and the EU, and I have to say that the trade agreement and the strategic partnership that was forged just a little while back between the EU and India is of great significance. When the world is in transition, the United States, Russia, China and many others, the fact that we can have a values and interest-based partnership between the European Union and India is very important. Now, of course, we're also strengthening the relationship between Finland and India. As you just mentioned, we're deepening our dialogue in many sectors, and our goal is to at least double our trade. A good beginning is the fact that we have 20 Finnish companies here who are traveling with me from a wide range of industries, from technology to quantum, to satellites, to networks, to food, and to green tech, which you mentioned. Our dialogue is further strengthened by the fact that we have a very strong Indian community in Finland. I know these numbers don't sound big to you, but for us they are. There are over 20,000 Indians that reside in the capital region of Helsinki and actually in Espoo. A gentle reminder, Finland has a population of 5.6 million, which is a little bit like a suburb in New Delhi. So you have to understand that for us, figures are of a different scale. Our Indian friends are a very valued member of our society and contribute significantly to our economy and culture. And it's good to also have the mayor of Espoo here with us today. Finally, I would like to thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for our excellent discussion. Anytime you have allotted a short amount for a one-to-one discussion and you run over it extensively, you know that the discussion has to be good, and we really enjoyed that. So sorry to the delegations that we were so late, and thank you once again for your warm hospitality for this state visit. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this session. Thank you for your presence.
And there you just heard the joint statement coming in from India and Finland, where both leaders reiterated the extensive cooperation when it comes to trade, technology, innovation and collaboration. But most importantly, amid that statement, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the war in West Asia, where he went on to call for peace amid the war. He clearly stating that any sort of military escalation is not an answer to the problem. India once again stepping up how the stakeholders should come to the negotiating table. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi saying that all sort of support will be extended for measures to bring peace.
भारत और फिनलैंड दोनों रूल ऑफ लॉ, डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी में विश्वास रखते हैं। हम एकमत है कि केवल मिलिट्री कॉन्फ्लिक्ट से किसी भी मुद्दे का समाधान नहीं निकल सकता। यूक्रेन हो या पश्चिमी एशिया, हम संघर्ष की शीघ्र समाप्ति और शांति के हर प्रयास का समर्थन करते रहेंगे। हम इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि बढ़ते हुए ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस के समाधान के लिए ग्लोबल इंस्टीट्यूशंस का रिफॉर्म आवश्यक ही नहीं, अर्जेंट भी है और आतंकवाद के हर रूप को जड़ से समाप्त करना हमारी साझी प्रतिबद्धता है।
And that very important statement coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi calling for peace, calling for an end to the escalation amid the war in West Asia, where he said that any sort of military escalation is not the answer. And amid the mounting global challenges, the stakeholders must come together to proceed on the negotiating table. We in fact also held an exclusive interview while speaking to India Today, Finland's President Alexander Stubb, who has underscored the need for a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. He also revealed that through his conversations with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, he has come to understand that Ukraine is ready to move towards a peace agreement. Listen in.
The fact is that at the end of the day, it has to come to the negotiating table. The question is very simple. Will Ukraine have to cede territory? Will that be the end of the political life of the Ukrainian president? And we're looking at a very changed world order where you have a president in the United States of America who doesn't see Russia as an enemy, as a foe.
Yeah, as far as territory is concerned, and you'll understand as a Finn, I take this very seriously because we lost 10% of our territory in World War II, including the areas where my grandparents and my father was born. But that was a peace settlement where we call it a defense victory for us. But basically, we were the losing party in the war. We lost the land and had a lot of other restrictions. What's going to happen, I think, in a peace agreement, and I'm in close contact with both the Americans and Ukrainians. I talked to the main negotiators on both sides on Friday. What's going to happen is that there might be a deal about territory 20%. But for us, that is not de jure, so it's not a lawful annexation of territory. So it will be de facto, and there's a big difference. So Finland conceded territory in World War II, but Ukraine will not concede territory. So it's a truce, it's an armistice. And what will Ukraine get in return? It will get membership in the European Union. It will get security guarantees from the United States and from Europe. It will get one of the biggest reconstruction packages that we've seen in modern post-war history. So they will be quite well off if a deal is forged. We don't know.
What is the likelihood of this deal being forged? Because that's a very big thing that you're saying. Is President Zelensky on board losing 20% of territory?
He's not losing.
So Finlandization is technically not happening?
No. So, I mean, let me be very clear on this. This is not a legal abdication of territory. That will never happen. You will get zero European state recognizing the illegal annexation of territory in Ukraine. So we don't know what it's going to end, but the framework of the negotiations, everyone knows it. is 3 basic documents. One is a 20-point plan. That includes the territory question and the settlement, especially on Donetsk. The President Zelensky has spoken about it. We don't know whether it'll go to a referendum or not. We don't know whether the Ukrainians will accept it or not. The second document is security guarantees from the US and Europe, and the third document is a reconstruction plan. So this is the package that they're working on. But I think, actually, that the Ukrainians are more willing to accept the peace deal than the Russians.
Wow. That's a significant statement, President Sir. When it comes to the larger perspective on what's happening around the world today, has diplomacy, Western diplomacy particularly so, failed us, given that we're looking at wars and nobody is adhering to that very rules-based order that you're talking about? Is the world really sleepwalking into another world war?
Well, I hope not. I mean, that's what we need to try to prevent. So what we've seen after the end of the Cold War was local conflicts, many of them. I mean, you've had some of them, we've had them all around the world. Now we're seeing more regional conflicts, like we're seeing in West Asia and with Iran, for instance. And what we try to do is to prevent it from spilling over to a global conflict. Now, 2 things to keep in mind. When we have rules and institutions and a framework, then we usually contain it. But the other point is to say that just because someone is breaking the rules doesn't mean that the system is null and void. I'll just give you one example. If someone gets a speeding ticket, it doesn't mean that the speed limits are a bad thing. So we need to continue to abide by them.
But if that car is being crushed for speeding, take for example what's happening right now. A head of state is abducted in the middle of the night. Another head of a country is decapitated, and there are missiles flying. All of this at a time when negotiations were going on, and the foreign minister, in case of Iran, the foreign minister of Oman said almost everything had been agreed to. So are we now looking at the law of the jungle and not the United Nations? No rules, might is right.
Unfortunately, we're seeing more of that. That is why I'm such a strong advocate of multilateralism and order. If there's a car crash, I hope the car has not crashed so badly that we can't fix it and repair it. So my idea is that you kind of have 2 options. They're fairly binary. One is a multipolar world, which is about transactions and deals and spheres of interest. That's what we're seeing right now, that, you know, the deals are sort of more bilateral than anything else. And then the other option is a multilateral world where you have institutions, rules and norms and cooperation. Now, my argument is that it's countries like India that will decide the direction in which the world is going to tilt. And if we want to maintain the multilateral order, and by we I mean the global West, then we need to give more agency and power to countries like India. That's why I, for instance, have advocated a permanent seat in the UN Security Council for India, because then that would keep India promoting multilateralism rather than multipolarity.
And we cut across to breaking news just coming in. Nitish Kumar has filed his nomination. In fact, Amit Shah will be reaching the state guest house for a meeting. But the latest coming in of how Nitish Kumar has filed his nomination for Rajya Sabha and arrived at the state guest house from the Legislative Assembly with Amit Shah. You're also learning of how Nitin Nabeen has filed his nomination for the Rajya Sabha. Other NDA candidates who are also filing their nominations. Amit Shah will leave the Legislative Assembly and proceed to the State Guest House, and the meeting will take place there. Let me take this to my colleague Rohit, joining us on the broadcast with all the latest coming in of how Nitish Kumar has now filed for his nomination. All right, not too sure if Rohit can hear me at this point. We'll try and take this back to him to get a first-hand view of what really is the action that is unfolding on the grounds in Patna. But there you see those pictures. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who is already in Patna. In fact, Nitish Kumar, we are learning that he's filed his nomination for Rajya Sabha, and he arrived at the State Guest House from the Legislative Assembly with Amit Shah. So far, it is clear that it is a mutual decision as far as Nitish Kumar giving up as Chief Minister of Bihar and wanting to pivot in his political career is concerned. Then, of course, to who will be the next Chief Minister of Bihar? Top contenders and several front-runners, names that are doing the rounds. However, back-to-back developments on the ground in Patna. Nitish Kumar has filed his nomination. And those are the pictures on the left of your screens. Important moment there, Nitish Kumar has filed his nomination for Rajya Sabha. This in the presence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. It is clear now. Nitish Kumar is stepping down as far as being the Chief Minister of Bihar is concerned, and he's filed his nomination for Rajya Sabha. While this marks a very important turn in his political career, let me also take this to my colleague Rohit, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Rohit, quickly from you, what's happening?
Well, see, Nitish Kumar, along with 4 other NDA leaders, have filed their Rajya Sabha nomination a short while back. And the pictures have also come where we see that Amit Shah is also sitting in that chamber where Nitish Kumar is filing his nomination at the Bihar Vidhan Sabha. And shortly after all the 5 NDA candidates filed their nomination, Amit Shah, along with all the BJP leaders and Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, they have now arrived at the State Guest House, which is just behind me, about 100 meters from where I am right now. And now they are in a huddle. There's a meeting, informal meeting that is taking place where Amit Shah is there, Chief Minister Nitish Kumar is there, Samrat Chaudhary, and all those NDA candidates who have filed their nomination. Nitin Nabeen, the BJP national president, he has also filed his nomination for Rajya Sabha today. So all these top leaders, Sanjay Jha, Lalan Singh from the JDU, they are all having a closed-door meeting at the State Guest House. And possibly what we are learning is that what will be the formation of the new government, how the new government will be formed, when will the new government will be formed. All these things are being discussed right now, because after Nitish Kumar filing his nomination officially for the Rajya Sabha, it is clear that the Nitish Kumar era in Bihar is over. It's just a matter of time, maybe a day or two, that Nitish Kumar will tender his resignation after meeting the governor. And then all the exercise will begin for the formation of the new government in Bihar. And in all probability, the first BJP chief minister in the state. So and who will be the deputy chief minister in that new government? All these things are possibly being discussed at that meeting which is going on at the State Guest House right now. Back to you.
Rohit, continue talking to us. This is extremely crucial, and lots that will happen now in this meeting that is already taking place. Now, sources telling India Today that there is a very likely chance that Nitish Kumar's son, Nishant Kumar, will be made the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, and BJP to get the CM chair to make a CM face, and that is the decision that the BJP will take. What more are you picking on that?
Well, see, in the last 21 years or so, Nitish Kumar has been at the helm of affairs in Bihar. Whichever side he switches to, RJD, BJP, whichever side he goes, but he continues to remain the Chief Minister of Bihar. But perhaps after almost 21 years, this is the first time that the Saffron Party, the BJP, will be having its own candidate as the Chief Minister, because remember, for the last few years there has been talks going on. BJP somewhere down the line trying that Nitish Kumar should step down, or BJP person should become the Chief Minister, but they have failed miserably in all those attempts, because if you see literally, Swesha, there has been no option, no replacement of Nitish Kumar's a leader like Nitish Kumar, a leader having such a tall stature like Nitish Kumar. Nobody can replace Nitish Kumar as far as the BJP is concerned, because the kind of work he has done in Bihar in the last 21 years or so, ever since he came to power in 2005, the kind of development that has taken place, nobody can deny that. So filling in the shoes of Nitish Kumar will be very, very critical. So now the BJP is mulling few names who could possibly become the Chief Minister, the first Chief Minister of Bihar from the BJP. So Samrat Chaudhary, who is the Deputy Chief Minister at the present, also holding the Home Department, considered close to Nitish Kumar. He is being seen as a front runner to become the Chief Minister of the state. However, if not Samrat Chaudhary, then there are 2 or 3 more names that are doing the round. The second name that is doing the round is Nityanand Rai, who is MOS in the Home Ministry, working under Amit Shah at the center. And he comes from the Yadav community, a community which has been the core vote bank of Lalu and Tejasvi, the RJD. So perhaps if he is projected as the CM, then the BJP can send a strong message in the Yadav community also before the 2029 Lok Sabha elections, and probably they can dent into the Yadav vote bank also. And if not Nityanand Rai, two more names are doing the rounds. One is Dilip Jaiswal, who comes from the EBC community, also a minister in the Nitish Kumar government at right now, and Sanjeev Chaurasia, a five-time MLA from Digha Assembly constituency in Patna. So there are 3 or 4 names, probable names that are doing the round. However, Samrat Chaudhary continues to remain the front runner for the CM post, and then it comes to the deputy chief ministers, who will be the deputy chief minister of the new government. So Nishant Kumar, in all likelihood, will be taking, in fact, we can see that he will be taking over as the deputy chief minister, one of the deputy chief minister. And the second name that is doing the round is of Vijay Chaudhary, a trusted lieutenant of Nitish Kumar for last several years. He comes from the upper caste, so it will be a combination of an upper caste and a OBC, which Nishant Kumar is. So it's all going to happen in the, I think, in next 48 to 72 hours, because once Nitish Kumar has filed his nomination for Rajya Sabha, there is no point in waiting. The BJP will think that there is no point in delaying the entire exercise from here on. And that is why we are expecting that Nitish Kumar very soon, maybe tonight or tomorrow, will be tendering his resignation. And before the parliament session resumes on 9th of March, the new government will be formed in the state. Because, as I told you, Nitish Kumar's nomination is complete. So the BJP will not try to delay or hold back anything from here on, and would be trying to fast track the entire exercise. Back to you.
Oh yes, absolutely, Rohit. And Nitish Kumar has had the undeterred support of people. Filling into his shoes is not going to be easy. But like you're saying, that promising names that are doing the rounds, as far as Samrat Chaudhary is concerned, sources also tell India Today that Nitish Kumar certainly extends his blessings when it comes to Samrat Chaudhary. Now, whether he'll also be BJP's pick is an important decision, because BJP also mulling on whether the name could emerge from the EBC community. We'll try and get further details. But Rohit, if you continue to stay with us, do tell us what more are you picking up as far as this particular meeting is concerned? It is underway. And like you're saying, 2 to 3 days at max is what we understand, that the announcement will be made, the decision will be taken, but and the oath-taking ceremony soon after that. But today's meeting, extremely crucial.
Well, see, yes, when Amit Shah is in Patna right now, and in the evening he will be leaving Patna. So next 2 to 3 hours, we are expecting that negotiations will go on. Some talks are going on right now as far as the formation of the new government is concerned. Who will be the CM picked? That remains the $1 million question. But as I told you, probable names, Samrat Chaudhary being the front runner. But also, apart from the fact that the BJP will be having their own chief minister for the first time in Bihar, the question also arises that who all will be in the government and how will the power transfer take place. Because remember, Swesha, in the last 21 years or so, this is going to be the biggest political development of Bihar. Nitish Kumar in the last few years has switched sides from RJD to BJP, BJP to RJD. We have seen a lot of political developments taking place in Patna. But over the last 21 years, one thing has remained common, that is Nitish Kumar. He has always been the chief minister, whichever side he goes to. But now, when Nitish Kumar is quitting the Bihar politics, you can say, confirm that Nitish Kumar is switching, in fact, quitting the state politics, moving to the center. So it's going to be the biggest political development in Bihar that is going to take place. And that is why since it's going to be a biggest political development, so obviously big task ahead.
Oh yes, certainly, Rohit, and we'll keep coming back to you for all the updates. That meeting that is already underway, and once that concludes, we are expecting for some concrete statement to be made as far as these fast-paced developments are concerned going on in Bihar. We step into a short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side. Do stay tuned to India Today.
are watching India Today.
Trust is also placed lifelong. Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. Ye on the quality lifelong.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. US submarine attacks, Iranian warship in Indian Ocean, 87 sailors killed, Iran launches airstrikes on Israel, IDF activates air defense systems, India to face England today in T20 World Cup semi-final at Wankhede.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
The Great Nicobar Controversy. Can India's biggest island project balance growth and nature hand in hand? With the National Green Tribunal clearing the 81,000 crore port and defence project on Great Nicobar Island, a high-stakes debate takes centre stage. Development versus a fragile ecosystem. In the latest issue, India Today examines the key questions behind one of India's most ambitious projects. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speedy delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
Welcome to India Today. I'm Anjali Istiwal. The war in West Asia continues unabated. Now there are talks about mediation by other countries, but there are visuals now coming out which show how Iran and Israel are pounding each other. Let's first take a look at the top headlines of this hour. Prime Minister Modi calls for peace amid West Asia war, says military conflict never the answer, asserts solution through dialogue and diplomacy.
हम एकमत है कि केवल मिलिट्री कॉन्फ्लिक्ट से किसी भी मुद्दे का समाधान नहीं निकल सकता। यूक्रेन हो या पश्चिमी एशिया, हम संघर्ष की शीघ्र समाप्ति और शांति के हर प्रयास का समर्थन करते रहेंगे।
Israel begins another wave of strikes in Tehran, targeting infrastructure of Iran command centers. Israel intercepts Iranian missiles above Tel Aviv. US forces continue to hunt Iranian warships. US says sank Iranian warship after Indian Ocean hit on Iran ship. Iran loses Soleimani-class corvette. Russia stands in solidarity with Iran, says Russian president, expresses sympathies. Russia bats for diplomacy amid war.
An outrageous violation of the norms of morality and the norms of international coexistence, the international law. Stop the attacks immediately and return to the diplomatic table and the negotiations.
Amit Shah in Patna ahead of Nitish Kumar's exit as Chief Minister. Bihar Chief Minister makes his stepping down official. Files Rajya Sabha nomination, BJP set to get the CM chair with Nitish's son as deputy. And we have breaking news coming in right now. It seems now US media, and we bring you visuals right now of IDF released footage showing the downing of an Iranian Yak-130 fighter jet over Tehran yesterday by an Israeli Air Force F-35I fighter jet. Remember, yesterday this news had come out that the Iranian fighter jet had struck, hit and downed an Iranian jet. So now we have these visuals also released by the IDF. On your screens, you can see how it locks the position of the jet and then shoots it down. So visual proof there from IDF of the downing of the Iranian jet. Now the Israeli Air Force's F-35I are jets that have been produced by America but are fitted with Israeli weapon systems. They are modified for Israeli needs. Whereas Yak-130 of Iran is a Russian-made Soviet-era jet which has been refurbished, it's been revamped and was inducted quite recently into the Iranian Air Force. The visuals that you see on your screen have been released by the Israeli forces to cushion their claim of shooting down an Israeli jet. And in these visuals, you can see how it locks the Yak-130 and then shoots it down.
ביצעתי. מטרה נפלה. המטרה נפלה. להמשיך לתקיפה. 2 מיד מבצע. ביצעתי. מטרה נפלה. המטרה נפלה.
These visuals that have been released by IDF, the Israeli forces, where they are claiming that they did actually shoot down that Iranian jet. The news had come in yesterday that an Iranian jet was shot down over the Iran airspace itself. Thereby, IDF and US that have been claiming that they are dominating the Iranian airspace, thereby giving a sort of a proof of that. And this is why now we see that footage is being released by the Israeli Air Force and IDF, and they're showing us that how their F-35I fighter jet first locked onto that enemy jet, which is the Iranian jet, and then shot it down. Now, also, they had made the claim yesterday that this is the first time that F-35I had done something like this when it had shot down a manned enemy jet. So this is something that they had claimed yesterday, but the visual proof of it is coming now. And now let's move on to some other news. We have breaking news coming in. A second Iranian warship is now heading towards Sri Lanka's territorial waters. Now, this news comes after a day after a US submarine destroyed an Iranian frigate. This is according to a minister of Sri Lanka. when he informed the parliament that there is another Iranian ship which is headed their way. Remember, this is when the war reached the Indian Ocean. And once again, we are hearing of another Iran warship coming towards Indian Ocean. Iran's Iris Dena was sunk off the Lankan coast yesterday by a torpedo that was shot from a submarine, and US had informed the entire world of it. It had even released footage of it. And amidst this, we are hearing that one more warship of Iran could be heading towards Sri Lanka, because this information has been given by their own minister, Sri Lankan minister, in front of the parliament when they were asked about this particular situation, whether there were any more ships of a foreign origin that could be in their area. So this has been confirmed by Sri Lankan minister. Now, yesterday, what happened led to death of 80 people. A submarine strike that hit Iris Dena, which was Iran's ship, and it was returning from exercises that were hosted by India. Milan exercises that were hosted by India. It was a guest of India, and while returning, on the way, they were close to the Sri Lankan waters. They were not in Sri Lankan waters, but they were close to Sri Lankan waters, but still in an Indian Ocean. And that's when they were targeted and they were attacked by US submarine. A torpedo strike from a US submarine sank that ship off Sri Lanka coast. And now we're hearing a second Iranian warship could be heading towards Sri Lanka's territorial waters once again. So the war in West Asia is now spreading deeper into the ocean as US forces intensify operations against Iran. US military officials say they have sunk 2 Iranian warships in separate incidents. A US submarine, as we told you, torpedoed and sank the Iranian frigate Iris Dena off the coast of Sri Lanka. Around 180 crew members were on board, with dozens reported dead and others rescued during search operations by Sri Lankan Navy and authorities. In another incident, Shahid Soleimani-class corvette was sunk in the Strait of Hormuz near Iranian shores. US officials say the attack are part of a wider naval campaign targeting Iranian military assets at sea. There was some confusion during a Pentagon briefing when US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth initially referred to the Soleimani-class warship while announcing the submarine strike on the Dena, though the 2 sinkings happened in separate incidents. Now, Iran's Foreign Minister Arakchi has strongly condemned the US strike on Iris Dena and called it an atrocity at sea, saying the warship, which he described as a guest of the Indian Navy, was struck without warning in international waters. He warned that Washington had set a dangerous precedent, adding that the US would bitterly regret this strike.
Iran's senior leaders are dead. The so-called governing council that might have selected a successor, dead, missing, or cowering in bunkers, too terrified to even occupy the same room. Senior generals, mid-level officers, enlisted ranks, they can't talk or communicate, let alone mount a coordinated and sustained offensive. That's not great for morale. The Iranian Air Force is no more, built for 1996, destroyed in 2026. The Iranian Navy rests at the bottom of the Persian Gulf. Combat ineffective, decimated, destroyed, defeated, pick your adjective. In fact, last night, we sunk their prize ship, the Soleimani. Looks like POTUS got him twice. Their Navy, not a factor. Pick your adjective, it is no more. In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II.
To date, we've hit over 2,000 targets, as Admiral Cooper said in his video last night. We've destroyed more than 20 Iranian naval vessels, including, in addition to the frigate outside of the area, one submarine, and effectively neutralized at this point in time Iran's major naval presence in theater out there. A United States Navy fast attack submarine has sunk an enemy combatant ship using a single Mark 48 torpedo to achieve immediate effect, sending the warship to the bottom of the sea. I want to remind everybody that this is an incredible demonstration of America's global reach. To hunt, find, and kill an out-of-area deployer is something that only the United States can do at this type of scale. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, CENTCOM will continue to strike infrastructure and naval capability, and we'll continue to assess our progress against the military objectives. It does take time for us to collect that information and to assess en route. Much of our intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capability is currently hunting and killing ballistic missile launchers and one-way attack capability. We're precise in that assessment, and we call balls and strikes in that.
With US submarines now striking Iranian assets far beyond the Gulf, the conflict is clearly expanding into a wider maritime theatre. But the escalation is raising alarm in the region. Sri Lankan MP Naval Rajpaksha, in an exclusive conversation with Gaurav Sawant, warned that war in the Indian Ocean is deeply concerning and says peace and stability must remain the priority. Listen in.
Naval Rajpaksha has asked, what's happened off the coast of Gaul is extremely serious. Reports indicate over 100 Iranian personnel are missing after what appears to be a submarine attack just outside our waters. It's a major security concern. I quickly want to cut across live to Sri Lanka. Naval Rajpaksha joins us. Sir, welcome. Sir, explain to us why you think it's a very, very serious security concern for Sri Lanka, perhaps for the region, that the US Navy sinks an Iranian ship in these waters in the Indian Ocean region.
Yeah, firstly, Sri Lankan government must tell the public of Sri Lanka whether they were aware of this kind of a mission or not. I mean, that's the first question to be answered by the Sri Lankan government. And I must also say that the Sri Lankan Navy has acted accordingly to the international law, and they have gone on a rescue mission for the people who have been affected. So it is a question to be answered by the government of Sri Lanka whether they were aware of this mission, or if not, if they were kept on dark, then they should question the authorities from US as to how that kind of incident took place in the Indian Ocean and in Sri Lankan economic zone.
And it's happened off the coast of Sri Lanka, coastal waters, economic zone, or international waters. Is there clarity on that as of now, sir?
There is not such clarity, because what we get information from what we see on media, and especially the government of Sri Lanka has been giving mixed statements regarding this. And first they were not talking about a submarine attack, but now the US authorities have confirmed it as well. So this is a clear indication that the region has to work very closely at this given hour, because as you know, the Gulf region is far away, but the effect is happening in South Asia and Indian Ocean as well. So this is not only security regarding the Indian Ocean, but Sri Lanka, but this is regarding the Indian Ocean as well. So I believe India has to play a pivotal role in this and take leadership in the region, and to see how we can bring stability and the peace to the region.
The West Asia war is widening by the hour with fresh strikes, new fronts and sharper warnings. From Tehran to Turkey and Washington, the rhetoric and the firepower is intensifying. Iran fired a missile towards Turkey, but later on, Iran denied that it did that. First NATO nation to be attacked, although the missile was intercepted by air defense systems, debris captured on camera. Ankara even summoned the Iranian envoy, with President Erdogan issuing a direct warning to Tehran. Now, the Israel Defense Forces says it struck multiple high-value targets in Tehran, including IRGC, which is the Revolutionary Guard Corps, Quds Force and Intelligence Headquarters. Israel claims operations were advanced by months and key military hubs were destroyed. Iran's security chief Ali Larijani claimed that 500 American troops were killed and said Khamenei's death would come at a heavy price. He accused Donald Trump of dragging Americans into an unjust war. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian said Iran always sought to avoid war but has no choice after what he called an American Zionist attack. Tehran insists it is attacking in self-defense. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says precision gravity bombs and laser-guided missiles are now in use, claiming that U.S. could control Iran's skies within a week. Washington also alleges Tehran plotted to assassinate Donald Trump.
Bu sabahki olayda olduğu gibi NATO müttefiklerimizle yakın istişare içinde her türlü önlemi alıyoruz ve anında gerekli müdahalede bulunuyoruz. Bir daha benzer hadiselerin yaşanmaması için de uyarılarımızı en net biçimde yapıyoruz.
So clearly the war is expanding not just the skies but also the oceans. So let's try and understand what are the naval war assets that are being used in this war and what is getting hit. Well, firstly, destroyers. Remember, destroyers are extremely crucial to any navy. They are fast and long endurance warship. That means they can operate in global waters or what is called the blue waters. Also designed for launching guided missiles. So that helps them protect the airspace as well. So this is extremely crucial. They are actually protectors of larger vessels in a fleet, and the entire fleet as such also comes under their protection. They also counter any air or surface and submarine threats that could be posed to the fleet or to the region that they are protecting. They weigh over 7,000 tons. They're extremely heavy, thus have lesser maneuverability, but they can travel to great distances and have that kind of range. So they can actually have 4,500 to 8,000 miles of range and have a large crew of 50 to 120 people. The other naval war asset that is being used in this war is frigates. So what are frigates? Frigates are actually versatile. They're very fast and are easily maneuverable warships. So they are more easily maneuverable than the carriers that we spoke about, the destroyers that we spoke about. Now they are equipped with sophisticated sensors and missiles. They have the capacity to detect air threats and also launch missiles. So this is extremely important. And they also specialize in anti-submarine warfare. So not just the air defense, they're also helping keeping an eye on what's happening under the water. Designed for anti-aircraft defense and also used for escort duties. If they need to protect something or a asset, then they are there and they are used for that. They weigh about 3,000 to 7,000 tons. Again, a heavy warship, and the maneuverability is limited, but they can go into global waters, not just brown waters, which is basically around the inland area. Their range is 3,500 to 7,000 miles, and their crew is about 120 to 200, again, a large crew. Now, another asset in navies is corvettes. Now, these are also extremely crucial. And remember, one of the Iranian corvettes has been shot down according to the US military. It has been sunk. It is smallest, it is fastest, and is an extremely maneuverable warship which operates near the land area only. That is why it is used for coastal defense or for patrolling, to keep an eye on the areas or the waters near the land. It is equipped with anti-ship missiles, so it can protect itself and can launch at extremely short notice, and also has surface-to-air missiles, extremely important in protecting that entire region that it is patrolling. Also equipped with anti-submarine warfare, so it's quick, it's fast, it attacks with precision. It weighs between 500 to 300 tons. This is a significant lowering of weight as far as the other two frigate and the destroyer is concerned. So it has extreme maneuverability, and it has a range, limited range. It does not go too far. It has a range of 2,000 to 5,700 miles. The crew could be 300 to 350. And let's dip into some breaking news. And we have news coming in that Azerbaijan's foreign ministry is now claiming there were drone attacks carried out from the territory of Iran. This is huge news, as Azerbaijan is now claiming a country which was till now untouched, is now claiming that they are seeing drone activity from Iran. Their foreign ministry is confirming this, and they're condemning the attacks and saying that they reserve the right to retaliate. Now, this is important to understand because we have heard today news from Turkey that they have intercepted Iranian missile, which later Iran claims to have not done. So they are denying it. But now we are also hearing another country, which was not part of this conflict, saying that Iran is using drones. And they are saying 2 people were injured due to this attack. So Azerbaijan's foreign ministry says that Azerbaijan has, like Turkey, summoned Iran's ambassador. So clearly, the conflict is now spreading. It's like a blotting paper soaking ink. Slowly but surely, it is spreading to other countries as well, creating instability. But important to note, has Iran targeted Azerbaijan? That is the question we need to ask. We need to have that confirmation whether it is Iran that has targeted Azerbaijan as Azerbaijan claims. Because earlier Turkey had intercepted a missile which later Iran completely said and denied that they were the ones behind it. Also, the UK base in Cyprus that was targeted. Now UK has confirmed that the drone did not emanate from Iran's side. So where has that come from? This is a question about the origins of drones that could possibly be from some third-party actors. Could they be from proxies if Iran is trying to keep deniability within their purview? What is exactly happening? But Azerbaijan has claimed that they have been attacked by Iran. If that is true, that would mean a significant escalation in terms of how the conflict is expanding. We are bringing you visuals as well of that drone attack as that bomb went off. We have seen earlier as well that there have been attacks that have happened, but Iran has been repeatedly trying to maintain that they are targeting US and Israeli assets. But this attack clearly is an indication of an attack on a country which was not part of this engagement, of this attack. So this question will be asked by the international community and the countries in the region as to why this has happened. Iran has to either confirm or deny this, whether it is their drone that has come into Azerbaijan and attacked. 2 people have died. This is extremely crucial to understand. Iran cannot afford to alienate its neighbors, people, countries around it. It is already at war with Israel and US. It is already trying to stop the continuous waves and waves of attacks that are being launched from Israel. And if it propagates or initiates any kind of an attack on other countries, then these countries will, and as they have said, they are reserving their right to retaliate. Now, retaliation is not something Iran can afford. So the question is whether Iran has attacked Azerbaijan or not, or like Turkey, as the news came that Turkey claimed that it had intercepted a missile from Iran. Later on, Iran denied it. So where did that missile come from? Another question, the Cyprus UK base. Today, UK had released a statement where they said that they believe that the drone attack did not start from Iran. So where did that come from? A big question there. Now we see visuals of where that attack happened. From inside, the chaos, the confusion, the sound of the sirens. And there you see how that drone went right there into the building and was blown up. We can see a large explosion and then this black mushroom of cloud that we see, smoke billowing into the sky. And with that, we take a small break. When we come back, we bring you more news and updates, so stay tuned.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. US submarine attacks, Iranian warship in Indian Ocean, 87 sailors killed, Iran launches airstrikes on Israel, IDF activates air defense systems, India to face England today in T20 World Cup semi-final at Wankhede.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 38 and minimum 18 degrees. Mumbai maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata maximum 34 and minimum 20 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 33 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 35 and minimum 18 degrees.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
today.
उनका हृदय से स्वागत करते हैं और उनका कार्यकाल जो मुख्यमंत्री के नाते हैं वो हमेशा बिहार के लोग याद भी रखेंगे, उसका सम्मान भी करेंगे। मैं फिर से एक बार नितिन नवीन जी और नीतीश कुमार जी का राज्यसभा में आने का स्वागत करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
So that was Home Minister Amit Shah. He was speaking about Bihar's Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, who has filed his nomination for the Rajya Sabha. Home Minister Amit Shah was present during this nomination for the Rajya Sabha. And now, finally, Nitish Kumar will be stepping down as Bihar Chief Minister, as possibly a BJP leader will be taking that chair, as Nitish Kumar's son being Deputy Chief Minister. Amit Shah, as you see on your screens, was present there as Nitish Kumar filed his nomination papers for the Rajya Sabha seat. Now, this is his re-entry into the national politics, and that's what Home Minister Amit Shah said, and he welcomed it. And we see on the screens as he signed his name onto the nomination papers. Once again entering national politics, vacating that very important seat of Chief Minister very soon. And who will be the one sitting on it is the question.
ठाकुर जी, श्री उपेंद्र कुशवाहा जी और श्री शिवेश राम जी के राज्यसभा के नामांकन के लिए यहाँ पर आया हूँ। श्री नितिन नवीन जी राज्य में लंबे समय तक यशस्वी राजनीति करने के बाद भाजपा के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बने हैं और अब वो राज्यसभा के माध्यम से संसद में भी अपना योगदान देंगे। हम सब एनडीए के सदस्य, भाजपा के करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता नितिन नवीन जी का राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में और संसद में स्वागत करते हैं। आज बिहार के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने भी राज्यसभा में अपना नामांकन किया है। इसके साथ ही बहुत लंबे अरसे के बाद श्री नीतीश कुमार जी फिर से एक बार राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में राज्यसभा सांसद के नाते प्रवेश करेंगे। 2005 से लेकर आज तक नीतीश कुमार जी बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री रहे। उनका एक कार्यकाल एक प्रकार से बहुत यशस्वी रहा। ये कार्यकाल उनका बिहार के इतिहास में स्वर्णिम पृष्ठ के रूप में लिखा जाएगा और बिहार के विकास के सारे मायने को उन्होंने गति देने का काम किया। उन्होंने अपने शासनकाल में बिहार को जंगल राज से मुक्त करने का काम किया। इन्होंने बिहार की सड़कों को न केवल गांवों तक जोड़ा, बिहार की सड़कों की स्थिति को भी सुधार किया। इतने लंबे करियर में विधायक, सांसद, मुख्यमंत्री, केंद्रीय मंत्री रहते हुए उनके कुर्ते पर कभी दाग नहीं लगा। पूरा जीवन भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगने बगैर इतना लंबा राजनीतिक सफर शायद ही किसी राजनेता ने तय किया हो जो नीतीश कुमार जी ने किया है। बिहार में हर गांव, हर घर में बिजली पहुंचाने में भी उनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा। हमेशा नीतीश जी सादगी, शुचिता और सार्वजनिक जीवन के उच्चतम मूल्यों के पक्षधर रहे, जिनका पालन उन्होंने भी किया। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 11 साल तक बिहार को हर प्रकार से आगे ले जाने में बहुत बड़ा योगदान किया और उनके नेतृत्व में ही मोदी जी की भेजी हुई सभी योजनाएं बिहार के जन जन तक पहुंची। 1974 के जयप्रकाश आंदोलन के वो प्रमुख नेता रहे हैं और तब से लेकर आज तक पूरा जीवन जेपी के सिद्धांतों पर उन्होंने बिताने का प्रयास किया। आज फिर से एक बार वो राज्यसभा के सांसद के नाते दिल्ली आ रहे हैं। मैं और एनडीए के सभी साथी उनका हृदय से स्वागत करते हैं और उनका कार्यकाल जो मुख्यमंत्री के नाते हैं वो हमेशा बिहार के लोग याद भी रखेंगे, उसका सम्मान भी करेंगे। मैं फिर से एक बार नितिन नवीन जी और नीतीश कुमार जी का राज्यसभा में आने का स्वागत करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
So there you heard Amit Shah as he was speaking about the Chief Minister of Bihar, Nitish Kumar, coming back to national politics. He emphasized on the fact that how, despite being a union minister and a chief minister for a very, very long time, he maintained a clean image. He said not even a spot on his kurta. This is what he said exactly, that Chief Minister managed to run his government with utmost honesty. He said that he is coming back into national politics and that they are welcoming him. He went on to list the achievements of Nitish Kumar as Chief Minister. He listed out how he was extremely helpful in executing central schemes as well. And now there are many names that are coming up for the post of Chief Minister, possible future Chief Ministers of Bihar. So let's do a SWOT analysis. Firstly, Samrat Chaudhary. Well, let's look at his strengths. He's an OBC leader from Koyali community. He is strong as far as administration or organizational experience is concerned, which is viewed very well in BJP. He's more aggressive in terms of his political style than Nitish, but it is also believed that he has the backing and support of Nitish Kumar. Now, what are his weaknesses? Well, earlier he was in RJD and JDU, so resistance is possible from the old BJP cadres who could view him as a possible outsider and want a core BJP person. Now, opportunities, well, it helps BJP get non-Yadav OBC vote, which can help them cut into Nitish Kumar's Kurmi Koyali base. So this is extremely important. That helps them to expand their base. And remember, they have just shot past the JDU numbers, so they would be looking at targeting the base of JDU. What are the threats? Internal factionalism in BJP. Upper caste may not favor him. These are the things which might go against Samrat Chaudhary. Now, also, let's look at other candidates. Let's do a SWOT analysis of Vijay Sinha. What are his strengths? He has his RSS background and is trusted by the organization. That's extremely crucial for the leaders in BJP. He's also close to Narendra Modi and Amit Shah. So the leadership, the top leadership, trusts him. He has experience as speaker, as leader of opposition and deputy chief minister, and experience matters in administration. What are his weaknesses? He's from upper caste, Bhumihar, and sometimes that can be viewed as a weakness. Now in Bihar politics, which is largely OBC dominated, so would he get the backing of all the people who need to be there for him? Now, opportunities. BJP may attempt a Yogi-style experiment. This is what is a possibility, a strong RSS organizational backing of the leader who is put into that seat. Threats, caste arithmetic risk in elections, which, as we were telling you with Samrat Chaudhary, it works for him. It works against Vijay Sinha. BJP may prefer OBC, EBC face. So this might go against Vijay Sinha. Now look at the SWOT analysis of another candidate, which is Vijay Kumar Chaudhary. Let's first look at his strength. One of Nitish's most trusted aide. That is extremely important because as he vacates that post, he probably might have a say. He might put in a word for someone. And he has handled finance, education, rural work. So he does have that administrative capability as well. What are his weaknesses? He has a limited mass political base. He's been more of an administrator rather than a mass leader. So that could work against him. But there are certain opportunities. It is the continuity of Nitish model of governance. He's also acceptable as a consensus candidate. These are the two things which could work for him. But there are obviously threats as well. BJP may insist on its own chief minister, may lack strong electoral pull. These are the two things which could be threats for him. And as we said, that he does not have that mass appeal, that could surely go against him. Another name, and this is an extremely important name because this is someone new to the political arena. We do a SWOT analysis of Nishant Kumar. Strength, of course, the political lineage, the bloodline. He is Nitish Kumar's son. He is a fresh face. He has the sympathy that the father is stepping out of politics, so he should come in. And he has the legacy factor backing him. What are his weaknesses? Well, there is no major political experience. As we all know, he has had a very limited public leadership exposure. He's kept to himself. He has been educated well. He has stayed out of the media. So that image of him staying away could be not so beneficial for him. But there are opportunities as well. He could help retain Nitish's loyal voter base. We have seen that the JDU cadres did react a little violently in the morning before he himself, Nitish himself, said that he's leaving the post of chief minister. There was some sort of a friction. So JDU may try to protect the dynastic continuity, might try to say, okay, Nitish Kumar's line should stay in power. But there are threats as well. We all know that Nitish Kumar himself has been very critical of dynastic politics, and also BJP is also critical of it. So there could be some internal party resistance as well. So these are the main things which could go against him. Let's look at another candidate. It is Ashok Chaudhary. Let's look at his SWOT analysis. Strength, he's a Dalit leader, which obviously means that it will be very useful in caste coalition. And another important thing, he is loyal to Nitish Kumar. Weaknesses, he has a limited statewide influence and is also considered an outsider. He was earlier in Congress. What are the opportunities? He could help JDU strengthen Dalit outreach. But there are threats, may not be BJP's preferred choice, and there is competition from other caste candidates as well. And we have breaking news coming in. This is related to the war in West Asia. It seems that the war theatre is expanding. The conflict zone is increasing by the hour as we report on it. Now, explosions are being heard in Doha. So clearly, after we reported that there were strikes in Dubai and Azerbaijan, now we are hearing about blasts in Doha. What is the origin of these blasts? What has really happened? That is a question that everyone will be asking. The war, it seems it as the risk of expanding. Remember, Azerbaijan has claimed that they were attacked by an Iranian drone. And now it seems that explosions are being heard in Doha as well. Could there be a hand of Iran in this, is what everyone would like to know. A drone attack caught on camera. So clearly we will be bringing you visuals, while we did show you visuals of Azerbaijan as well, where a drone could be seen very clearly targeting a building. Now what we are learning is that there have been blasts in Doha as well. Since morning we are hearing of attacks in regions which were not part of the conflict zone. We heard of a missile being intercepted in Turkey. Clearly, then the envoy of Iran was summoned by the Turkish president, and there was a denial that was issued by Iran that it was not them who sent out that missile. But now we have seen attack on Azerbaijan by a drone, and now news coming in of blasts in Doha. So what is the origin of these blasts? That is a question that everyone will be asking. Strikes have been happening for the past few days in various countries by Iran, but Iran has been till now choosing to target either the military assets or the energy assets of the region. So it has been more of trying to attack the military might and the energy security of that region. So that's why we saw attacks in Saudi Arabia on their gas and oil production facilities. But now we are also seeing attack in some countries which are not at all connected with this conflict. Now we hear an attack in Doha. Who exactly has done this attack? Now we're bringing you visuals of those attacks in different regions. Azerbaijan, Qatar airspace. We are bringing you these visuals of attack, explosions, sirens, chaos, basically mayhem as far as countries in the Middle East are concerned. Now this concern of the safety of these countries is increasing. NATO countries have pledged support. They have been sending resources to protect countries like UAE and other countries in that region. But the drone attacks continue. What is the origin of these drones? Are they Iranian drones that are attacking? The claim by the Azerbaijan was that it is an Iranian drone that have attacked them. But similar claim was made by Turkey that they had intercepted an Iranian missile, which was later on denied by Iran. So this clearly raises a question. What is it that is leading to the expansion of this war, this conflict into other countries? If this increases, if this region of conflict increases, it expands, it's going to be extremely crucial for the rest of the countries as well, the rest of the globe. These are the regions, these are the areas which are extremely important for the energy security of the entire globe. And now we are hearing that more countries are coming within that circle of attack. Is it Iran which is choosing to now go ahead and attack countries that it could possibly think could exert some sort of pressure to bring either Israel or US onto the negotiating table? Or it believes something else, that there is some hand or some cooperation or tacit understanding between the attackers on them and these countries. So what is the purpose of attacking these countries? That is the big question. As Azerbaijan claims that the drone attack that happened on their airport was by an Iran drone. Although Iran has still now been claiming that they are targeting military assets of Israel and US in that region and possibly some energy assets. But now we are hearing news reports of other countries becoming target of certain drone attacks, possibly from Iran, and raising serious questions about the stability of that entire region. Remember, many other countries have been urging all the countries in that region to display restraint. Till now, none of the countries have chosen to become part of this conflict. They've stayed away from the conflict. They have kept themselves in check. Now, amid this escalating conflict, social media is awash with fake videos claiming to show events from the US-Israel-Iran war. India Today has fact-checked these. So first, we bring you this video in which the claim is that this video shows the coffin of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in Iran. But the fact is, this video actually shows the coffin of Sheikh Arkan Hamid Mohan al-Khairallah, the chief of Shuwalat tribe in Iraq, who died on February 2nd. Now, another video, this claims that this video shows millions of people attending the funeral of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in Iran. But the fact is, this was recorded at Al-Qazimian Shrine in Qadimiyah in Baghdad during commemoration of Imam Musa al-Qazim, not at Ali Khamenei's funeral in Iran. Another video and another claim. This video shows, according to the claim, Iran's attack on an Israeli nuclear plant. But the fact is, this video actually shows a military munitions depot exploding in the eastern Ukrainian town in 2017. And now this video shows the death of Israel's top religious leader in an Iranian missile attack, according to the claim. But the fact really is that the video shows the funeral of Rabbi Binyamin, who was a respected religious figure who died in December 2025 of serious illness at age of 74. So there are many such videos that are coming to the fore. Another video we bring, the claim is that this video depicts an Iranian missile attack on a US military base in Saudi Arabia. But the fact is something else. The video shows a fire that erupted at a furniture store in Taiwan on January 30th. Absolutely no connection between the two. So clearly social media is showing misleading claims. Another video that we are showing, the claim is that this is a video that shows Iranian army capturing 10 American spies hiding in Iran. But the fact is, the video shows Syrian border guards detaining people linked to Bashar al-Assad's regime during an operation near the Lebanese border on December 26, 2025. Again, absolutely no link. So we bring you more videos. Another video that claims that panic in the streets of Dubai after an Iranian drone hit the United States consulate. But the fact is, there was an attack on the Dubai US consulate on the evening of March 3rd. But this video was generated using AI, artificial intelligence. So many such videos coming to the fore. Another video that we are going to show you. Now this video shows massive blasts in Israel. But the fact is, this video is again AI generated. So we need to be extremely careful about the videos on social media. We are going to show you another video. This video shows an attack on Iran. That is what the claim is. But the fact again is that this video is AI generated, and a lot of fake news, AI generated news is flooding the social media. Well, it's time for a short break now. We're going to slip into this break, and when we come back, we bring you more news and updates. So stay tuned.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 161, Mumbai 103, Kolkata 163, Bangalore 96, Chennai 161, Hyderabad 181.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
And big news coming in now from the war in West Asia. It seems that the Iranian state-owned television, Press TV, is claiming that there has been massive destruction that has occurred after the US-Israeli strike on a stadium in Tehran. We are bringing you the visuals right now that you can see on your screens. The claim is that an Iranian stadium was targeted and reduced to rubble in a strike by a US-Israel-led coalition. So it seems there has been massive destruction at this Tehran stadium. And these are the visuals that have been floated in support of that. Israel strike has demolished Tehran's stadium. So this is, in fact, a war, an information war also in terms of visuals that are being given out by both sides to show the attacks. And this visual particularly because Iran Press TV is trying to show how civilian targets are also being put into, are also being targeted as far as the US and Israel are concerned, not just military targets, not just regime targets. So a stadium that has been attacked according to the Press TV, which is the Iranian state-owned 24-hour English and French language news channel, and it is saying that this particular stadium has been attacked. It is a civilian asset. It has nothing to do with the regime or the military or the Iranian forces. And they are trying to show that it is sort of a playbook of US and Israel to attack the civilians as well. They had earlier also released footage of residential areas that they claimed had been targeted. There was actually a footage that had come out where they had shown how a missile was stuck inside a wall in a residential area in a house. So clearly, Iran is trying to build a narrative that it's not just the military and the regime that has been targeted by Israel and US, but civilians as well. One of the strongest arguments they had put out regarding that was of a school, a girls' school being targeted by in the first wave of strike, and now this visual of a stadium being targeted in Tehran. And amidst all this, it seems Iran is not ready to negotiate. And even US has said that that time is past. It's too late. Now, Iran envoy to India has said that there will be no negotiation with Israel. As of now, no, is what in India, Iran's ambassador has said. He has said on being asked if Iran is ready for these negotiations with US and Israel, he said no. Absolutely not. And on the Strait of Hormuz, he has said that we have no news, we have no formation in this case, but they said that they want to make it clear that Iran has demonstrated sincerity while US and Israel have showed open hostility.
Is Iran ready for any kind of negotiations with US?
Up to now, no. Because we were in the negotiation table. They destroyed the negotiation table. They started the war. You know that at the first time, the elementary school targeted to the aggression. They killed 160 girl students. This is terrible. This is terrible.
The IDF has released footage showing the downing of an Iranian Yak-130 over Tehran yesterday by an Israeli Air Force F-35I fighter jet. And these are the visuals of that engagement. And now we bring you more visuals of this war. A second Iranian warship is heading towards Sri Lanka's territorial waters on Thursday, a day after a US submarine destroyed an Iranian frigate. A Sri Lankan minister told Parliament that Iran's Iris Dena sank off the Lankan coast. Sri Lankan authorities say 80 people were killed in the submarine strike. Azerbaijan, another US ally, has come under fire from Iran. Azerbaijan's foreign ministry says an Iranian drone struck the airport in Nakhchivan, injuring 2 people. Baku has summoned Iran's ambassador over the incident. Now, Iranian state television has aired a message from an Ayatollah calling for the shedding of blood. And now let's go across to Sakshi Badra of Business Today, who joins us with all the updates of the markets. Sakshi, over to you.
Look, this investment guru tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Visit!
SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Business Today show on India Today. I'm Sakshi Batra, the 3 p.m. show where we get you all the closing action on the Lal Street. But first up, let's take a look at the top headlines this hour. Markets rebound on positive global cues from Wall Street. The Sensex now rises 300 points to near 80,000 now, while the Nifty is also moved above 24,800 odd mark. Look at the buying in the metal space, the pharma, the realty stocks as hopes of easing tensions in the Iran-Israel-US conflict has lifted the investor sentiment yet again. Amid continuing Middle East tensions, 2 Russian oil cargoes earlier bound for East Asia have switched course to India now. Ship tracking data shows tankers carrying about 1.4 million barrels of Urals crude is now set to discharge at Indian ports this week. This is as per the Bloomberg report. The auto retail sales have seen a strong year-on-year growth in February. According to FADA, total vehicle retail sales have seen a 26% jump to 24 lakh units. The industry body has said February has turned out to be the best ever month for overall retail. Also, dealers expect demand to remain strong, supported by festivals and the financial year-end buying. China asked top refiners to suspend diesel and gasoline exports, a move that could now tighten global fuel supplies. Stocks like Reliance Industries, MRPL and also Chennai Petroleum are in focus amid the possible shifts in refining margins. Defense stocks are in focus after reports indicate that the Indian Navy is close to finalizing 99,000 crore rupees deal for 6 German submarines from ThyssenKrupp Marine Systems. The submarines will be built in Mumbai by Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, with the stock now jumping nearly 10% on the news. Well, all right, straight on to the stock markets right now. There's been wild swings in the markets right now, and you can actually see the markets at the high point of the day. You can clearly see the Nifty hovering at 24,828 at this point in time. There's a 1.5% kind of a spike that you're looking at, 1.3% spike on the Nifty at this point in time. Well, most of the sectors are actually contributing. You're also seeing the broader market support the indices. The Nifty Bank also up by 0.8% at this point in time. You can also look at the Nifty Mid-Cap 100 Index up by 1.7%, outperforming the Nifty and the Nifty Bank as well. So it's the broader markets that where the action is shifting right now. Among the other major indices, you can clearly find autos up by over 2%, financial services 1% higher in trade. Also, FMCG stocks are up by about 0.5%. I think barring IT stocks that are down by still 0.4%. Most of the other sectors are doing pretty well. The metals are shining bright, 2.25% higher. Pharma stocks, 1.5% up in trade. You can also look at the real estate stocks, 1.8% higher. Consumer durables, don't lose sight of that, 2.3% higher in trade. Most of the sectors are actually up by 1% or more in trade. It's just the IT stocks that are dragging a tad bit at this point in time. When we actually look at the clear stocks that are in focus on the Nifty SL, you will be able to clearly find out a lot of defense-related names that are hovering higher in trade. And of course, apart from that, autos and the real estate names that are also up. Adani Group stocks are in focus. Adani Ports is up by 4.7%. Reliance Industries is about 3.5% higher. Remember, these are the heavyweight sectors and the stocks that are hovering higher as well. L&T, recovering from the initial losses that we've been seeing. That stock is also up in trade now. Power Grid, JSW Steel, Shriram Finance. These are all the names that are hovering higher in trade, supporting the momentum as far as the Nifty stocks are concerned. But let me quickly go across to our guest now. Sharmila Joshi, market expert, is now joining in to share with us a fresh view on the markets. Hi, Sharmila. Always a pleasure to have you with us. Well, first up, help me understand what are you making of this extreme amount of volatility that we are seeing in the markets? What has really led to a spurt after 2:20 p.m. today?
Yes, that last spurt is a little difficult to explain. But I think before that, what we clearly saw was the fact that in that sense, market wisdom is complete. And if you are looking at a war, then the market is going to price in the worst case scenario first before it starts recovering, which is precisely what we saw. And the kind of bounce back that we were seeing in the first half of the day seemed to sort of reflect that market had decided that so much correction was enough, and now we should sort of go back to a more normal sort of a market reaction. But yes, I think post 220, the kind of jump that we've seen, that is a little difficult to explain. Having said that, I think somewhere, we have also sensed in this last year or so, like even as we speak, Ukraine war is almost 4 years old. And markets do have this tendency to sort of go back to normal because, you are largely unaffected by, though nobody really in the world today is unaffected by what happens elsewhere. But yes, to a greater extent, we are not in the immediate line of fire. So you take sort of solace from that and you move on with the things that are within your control, and markets move on from there. So I think that is what has been the trend that we have seen these last, whatever war sort of situations that we've had played out in the last couple of years. And this is what we are seeing again. Having said that, it's not the best place to be in. And one hopes that things sort of quieten down in the Middle East soon. You don't want this to linger on. But for now, the markets seem to have decided that so much correction is enough.
Well, of course, nobody wants this war to linger on, but, the kind of statements that we are getting from US President Donald Trump indicating that this could go on for well about 100 days or so, that would also keep a lot of investors, on the edge at this point in time, how to maneuver this uncertainty. What are you guiding clients at this point in time, Sharmila? And give us a sense of, are you telling them to tweak their portfolios to have a peace of mind and probably protect themselves from the everyday volatility that we are going to be seeing in the markets with, changing statements, changing developing scenarios every day?
Well, if you are making money on something that, which is again sort of difficult to see in this market, then yes, definitely you should book profit. I think maybe if you were to see a situation where we were to see a run on silver again, maybe you could see some amount of profit booking there. But by and large, I think, I'm looking at this market as an opportunity to buy because very honestly, equities haven't done much over the last year or so. So there are very large pockets which look attractive. It's just that, my comfort is not there, because of everything that you outlined, because you don't know how long this is going to go on, whether things are going to get worse. So in that sense, I'm circumspect. I'm not saying that you should, sort of jump in and buy everything at this price, because you will see these prices for some time, to my mind, because you will see recoveries and drawdowns. When you get a spurt of bad news again, maybe markets would correct a little more. So it's a situation you have to monitor. But having said that, I think I'm looking at this market more as an opportunity to buy good stocks rather than, really sell anything.
Okay, we'll focus on the key sector, and definitely we are watching out for very closely, and that's the oil and gas sector. At this point in time, we are hearing from various companies their current stance as to what is the supply and the production situation there. At this point in time, there's breaking coming in on your screens, viewers. This is with respect to GAIL now, Gas Authority of India Limited, that is now mulling cut in gas supply to customers now. GAIL has actually said they are assessing the need after the LNG supply has been cut. Petronet LNG has also issued force majeure, and the crisis is coming in after the Qatar Energy has stopped the supply there. Remember, Qatar supply is almost to the tune of 40% of India's LNG needs, and therefore now even GAIL is looking at cutting the supply there for customers, and this is with respect to the gas that we consume at this point in time. Let's try and understand. The stock is still up by about mildly in trade at this point in time, but let's actually try and understand what would this mean. So Sharmila, coming to you, the oil and gas scenario is the one that everybody is watching out for very closely. We've seen how crude oil prices are back at about $85 a barrel at this point in time. What that does to the domestic gas producers, the oil producers, and the marketers as well is something that we're watching out for. GAIL stock at this point in time is at the day's high. They're looking at cutting the supply. Petronet LNG has already announced it with the kind of Qatar information that we got this morning. How are you looking at what should be the strategy here?
So, for reasons other than what we are talking about, I've never really had a very positive view on oil and gas as a space, simply because, it's so sensitive to what is happening within the country in terms of inflation, etc., that you never really allow prices to operate by themselves. Though on paper, we are supposed to be sort of pricing them to, those lifts have been, those curves that were there are supposed to have been lifted, but you always have some levy, some tax coming in when prices correct, so we don't get the advantage of truly low prices. And when prices go up, hopefully we will see some kind of protection coming in as well. But that said, this is definitely one of the reasons why there is so much concern over the situation that is happening, because the area is our main supplier for oil, LNG, etc. So while you either find somebody else to pivot and find some other supplier, things are going to look tough. And I think we have already seen very big correction on the oil and gas space. And that is precisely, I think, going to be a very key area to watch closely, because what it does to crude prices, what it implies for our inflation, and more specifically for the stock prices.
Absolutely. We'll also focus on the oil space as well. Viewers, this is amid the ongoing tensions in the Middle East. There are fresh developments around Russian crude oil and the shipments coming in from Russia. As well as for India's oil imports, this is going to be important. For more on this, we are